Erica Lorraine Spencer here. This is my podcast, the P.O.C, ongoing real-time audio documentation of the state of California engaged in a criminal monitoring system that is federal group stalking and monitoring via communication devices in violation of 18 U.S.C. section 42A. And this is ongoing documentation as the state is engaged in a ceaseless criminal system, which is the capturing of what is criminal monitoring with communication devices in concert. That is a public entity, the state of California, acting in concert to remain in the path. That is group stalking. The people of the state of California are one group acting together, deliberately present, maintaining that group presence in the path, which is how you monitor. And that is also group stalking. That's for the purpose of monitoring. And that is also the documentation of what is the inherent sexually violent violation of the targeted individual. That is being a group stalker, which is what I am documenting third parties acting with this public entity whose pattern of conduct is already established. This is documentation of third-party group stalkers, that is the people of the state of California who are acting with and on behalf of that public entity, which is how a government is able to monitor you. This is documentation of what is criminal monitoring with communication devices, criminal facilitation of monitoring with communication devices, sexually violent violation of the person of the targeted individual, and criminal facilitation of that sexually violent conduct, which is inherent to the pattern of conduct of monitoring with communication devices. It's January 13th, 2021, and this is the POC. Do you know if they have Wi-Fi in here?
I don't. I know my phone is horrible signal.
Okay. It's 8:20 a.m. Those are images of what is bathroom monitoring inside of 150 East Holt Boulevard. The elevator is a means of audible activity inside. A third-party group stalker inside of the bathroom is a means of bathroom monitoring as well, activity inside. And I just took images of the third party who comes into the restroom in relevant position, creating activity, engaged in monitoring inside of this private space, and the third parties that are aligned in the hallway outside of the restroom, monitoring in position as I enter into the bathroom. The state's fake sun is over this venue. This is 150 East Holt Boulevard, in direct conflict with where I just documented it, and in addition to every other place that is already established. But this is plain conflict with it being directly over B&G Plaza first before this time, at around 7:40 a.m. is when I captured that, and then it goes east with its fake sun to be directly over the San Bernardino Human Services Department at this time in the morning. That is in direct conflict. Being over that venue is not the same as being over this venue at 150 East Holt, which I've already directly shown that they are engaged in POC with the state, as the state keeps its fake sun over this building, as I have captured in video and pictures. 9:06 in the morning, 2:58 in the afternoon, all right? In addition to everything else I have already established, this is POC. Understand how they are engaging in the criminal elements of monitoring while you are inside of a private space and inside of any public venue, all right? This is how the state is monitoring, and this is sexually violent conduct. They are monitoring coming into the bathroom and using the bathroom as the creation of activity in relevant position, adding activity to that environment while everyone else is monitoring. You are facilitating that conduct, which is sexually violent. It is corporate invasion of privacy, and there is intentional presence where the public entity is operating that system. So there is no form whereby you can come in and genuinely use the bathroom and you're engaging in monitoring, period. And the hallmarks remain present, the state flying serially over the museum by plane, and the state engaging in repeated use of the sound of the train. I documented yesterday how the state is using, literally playing that which is a tape of a train while there is actually no train in motion, and using the actual train for purposes of stalking with activity, creating activity, the same purpose, but the state is using that which is actually occurring and not actually occurring for purposes of keeping the target individual, keeping you surrounded with activity, and the state engaged in for hours, just repeatedly using the sound of a train over and and over and over and over and over again. This is feet away from 150 East Holt, where they are monitoring, where they're inside of this building, at work, providing COVID-19 vaccines, sitting in the hallway, whatever they're doing, going up and down on the elevator. They're engaged in monitoring, and all that activity around me while I'm even at the museum, they're monitoring from that distance. It's just across the street. This is bathroom monitoring, documentation of that. It's 8:23 a.m. The sound of that elevator occurs with simultaneity to my touching my phone screen right now at the same time when I started speaking. This is monitoring conduct. This is the ongoing sexual violence. They're engaged in criminal facilitation of that sexual violence as well, while all of Euclid Avenue and Holt Boulevard, all of them in relevant position, including the state, monitoring, listening to every word that I'm uttering right now. It's 8:23 a.m. and this is P.O.C. inside of 150 East Holt. That is the county building, engaged in federal group stalking and monitoring, criminal facilitation of criminal monitoring, and sexual violence. That is sexual group assault and battery, monitoring inside of a private space, which is the P.O.C. This is inherent to P.O.C. in the same way that molesting the person in constant violation, physically touching the person with instruments of criminal monitoring is inherent to the pattern of conduct. This is another way, this is another form of documentation demonstrating how group stalkers, the state, is a sex offender, an exceedingly violent sex offender. It's 8:24 a.m., that's P.O.C. All right, upon exit of 150 East Holt, you've got the buildup of traffic right on Holt in alignment to where I am outside of the door. The moment I open the door, the light turns green. This is P.O.C. They're all turning onto Euclid Avenue from Holt Boulevard. Understand right here on Holt Boulevard, where they're lined up in traffic, it is in alignment to where I am inside of the bathroom at 150 East Holt. The state's fake sun is over the building. The state is directing impossible light activity all over the surface while they are patrolling, that is, repeatedly crossing path in each of their vehicles, while third parties, as I captured in the hallway of that walkway where I walked through to get to the bathroom, they're lined up in that hallway, sitting down in seats. The security guard with Allied Universal, a group stalker, none the same, just wearing a security guard uniform. She is sitting directly on the opposite side of this wall. That is P.O.C. for bathroom monitoring, and this is the expansive sexual violation, the corporate invasion of privacy that they're engaged in. I'm going to give you another picture because this is just a mini view. The traffic is lined up. This is a group stalker coming across path as I'm on the sidewalk in the shade. He's creating activity, he's crossing path. The same stalking conduct, it is an expansive system. So anyway, as I walk out, the light turns green with simultaneity to my very opening up of the door. They are in relevant position, and this is what you were looking at on the traffic cameras at Euclid and Holt. I'm giving you a translation. They are literally monitoring 7KAG 293 on Euclid Avenue. Is capable of listening and is listening in real time and aware of my presence and intentionally present in the path. The same with Omnitrans, 83 northbound right now. Number 1235, I believe, stopping at the 8387. Omnitrans going southbound monitors me while I'm at the museum. Okay, all of this traffic while the state is flying habitually by planes and helicopters. 65428 V2. That is crossing path on the street, driving in their vehicles, they're monitoring it systematically while I'm laying down sleeping at the museum, because they're also using their vehicles, like the psychopaths that they are, to create activity that the state amplifies. That's not coincidence. That's called the criminal partnership. That's called obsessive stalking. That's called monitoring conduct. And while I'm inside of 150 East Holt, they are monitoring inside of the bathroom, keeping activity around me while I am subject to monitoring with communication devices outside of the building, inside and outside of the building, and traffic is a means of that. This is the sexual violence inherent to P.O.C. All right, that's another group stalker who I just captured a picture of. As I remain here standing on the sidewalk, they have to keep presence so they continue to cross path. That's what they're doing. I'm standing in the shade. I'm standing on the sidewalk on Holt Boulevard. The state's fake sun is not capable of touching me, even though it engages in directing that light. Believe me, if I stayed here all day, the state would just direct light backwards onto Holt Boulevard. I've already demonstrated that. Sitting, for example, under an amphitheater, and the state literally, refer to my documentation because I've already shown this, the state literally engages in directing light underneath that covered construction in order to touch the wall, in order to touch me, okay? The state engages in touching with its light like the stalker, the obsessed stalker and sex offender that it is, as I'm sitting on a history wall, so it's bending its light to the opposite side, reaching around to touch me. As I sit on the amphitheater and have already demonstrated 7AVD 785. I just wanted to get that third-party license plate. While I'm sitting under the amphitheater, the state has directed light under the amphitheater from the side, from that would be facing Euclid Avenue, that would be the south side of the amphitheater, the state directing light underneath that construction. Absolutely impossible. The sun is not over Ontario Town Square at any time of the day, physically, like I've captured, and it is certainly not engaging in that activity. That is the psychopath that I'm documenting. And guess what? Every third party, they're sex offenders, and they're that same psychopath personified, all right? They're the vicarious actors of this public entity that's engaged in criminal monitoring. And they are engaged in obsessive, paranoid, hovering level of presence, keeping in the path because they're monitoring on behalf of this public entity that has shown that it is a psychopath, the methods in which that it employs in order to keep me surrounded with its presence, stalking by entity, with its light, stalking with light, and with any means of activity, visible, audible, and or sensational. That is stalking with activity. Those are the criminal elements which are also of the demonic for monitoring with communication devices. It's 8:35 a.m. And that's P.O.C. That's ongoing sexual violence at 150 East Holt Boulevard, where the state's fake sun is, and it's supposed to be over Vineyard and Holt Boulevard. Being directly over this building is in direct conflict with that. Okay, the state is not centered directly above you everywhere you go, and it is certainly not here over 150 East Holt in the morning, in the afternoon, and in the evening. Nor was that the actual sun over me at the opposite end of Holt Boulevard at Vineyard and Holt, and in front of the TAD office, where they were engaged in criminally monitoring me with communication devices. 70620B1, present as I cross the street. That's a group stalker. In Downtown Ontario Improvement Association truck. That's P.O.C. honking his horn to boot under the state's fake sun. I'm gonna go ahead and take a picture of that because that just incriminates him even further. This is malicious conduct by a criminal acting with the government. Understand, honking your horn is the creation of audible activity while you're monitoring, and that is a communication of a viable threat. All right? They're engaged in criminal conduct on behalf of the government. This shiny face stalker is 8HRB984. It is currently, I took an image of the state's fake sun directly in front of me. Let me take one more picture. Right here over a 3-star vacuum store. And I want to take a picture of this, which is okay, something that I want to make clear again. It's the same point. It's 8:45. I'm going to take a picture of the state's fake sun. Understand where I just took a picture of it at the corner of Lemon and Holt, where it's piercing over the edge of the 3-star vacuum store. Understand that that is that which would not be visible if the actual sun was right here over B&G Plaza. I would not have seen it at that distance, at that angle that's close to the corner of the building. It is not a high-hanging light source. It is a low-hovering light source that literally, migrates as I move. And not only that, at 7:40 in the morning, it was captured at this same location. It is 8:46 a.m. And it is remaining here. I continue to reiterate the same point because group stalking and monitoring is a continuous, ceaseless criminal act. Every third party that I am documenting is engaged in the same sexual molestation of my person. The state is touching all over my body with its light source because it is monitoring with communication devices in concert with every single last one of them. Okay? P.O.C. audible activity. P.O.C. That's all that shows. Group stalkers walking in B&G Plaza, you'll see them on camera. They're monitoring with the state that's providing that audible activity. Everything that the state does, stalking with a fake sun, stalking by planes and helicopters, stalking by police and using their sirens, is incriminating to third parties that are in relevant position while they're creating that mountain of audible activity and visible and light activity, while it is also stalking. Okay, and by it I mean the state directly, and guess what? Third parties are stalking vicariously on behalf of that entity because their presence is how the state is able to monitor you 24/7. right? This is the documentation of third-party stalkers, psychopaths, engage in a demonic monitoring system, and they are sex offenders. This is another example of sexually violent because of the group conduct of them all touching you together, and that's exactly what they're doing. Okay, and it is facilitated by a government, and they are not victims. They are full-heartedly and diligently engaging in that criminal and sexually violent conduct together. It's 8:48 a.m., and I will happily prosecute more and more third-party sex offenders and stalkers today, January 13, 2021. It's P.O.C. That's the state flying over and a group stalker crossing path. Dark blue car exiting B&G Plaza. License plate 7RWB064. That's just one that's in front of me. They're all in relevant positioning. They're at Euclid and Holt. They're driving down Euclid Avenue right now and patrolling up and down Holt Boulevard while the state continues to create that audible activity, which is also indicative of ongoing stalking via aircraft. 9:01 a.m. State's fake sun over this venue. License 7EVF605. Stalking with activity using this car. Just closing the car door at the same time that I make a move. That's what they do. Sit around and wait for the opportunity to create activity while they go about their business, remaining in relevant position. Under the state's fake sun, it's P.O.C. Inside of B&G Plaza. Next is 9:12 a.m. 9250972, Honda Accord exiting B&G Plaza as I stand up, 4WDH556. I'm going to go ahead and document these third-party group stalkers inside of B&G Plaza. Third-party group stalker is on camera sitting at the corner of the driveway where the entrance is. Holding up a sign. He was walking forward as the state was flying over the venue, providing audible activity as not only the cars drive by, but this is the third party on foot in relevant position and in alignment, walking to and remaining at that driveway. That's monitoring as well, understand? Just without a license plate. They are all in relevant position. 8HMR087. Omnitrans in relevant position in the parking lot, 8MAF571. That's not the Omnitrans license plate. Just speaking to the presence. Omnitrans license 1410070. Transit supervisor number 487, sitting in the car in relevant position under all the same facts. 7BSP540, 7GVY073. 7WLN611. 6RXY460, 7MDG414, 8E33469, 8NNR029, 8FED335, 5V67934, 7SMM923, 8HIL684, 8DDA155, 8FXK950, 7YHP986, 8PYN238, 8BPL445, in case I didn't read that. I think I just read that one. They are all in relevant position where the state has planted its fake sun over the venue where I remain is this concentrated light while it's engaging in ongoing audible activity creation over this venue where they are all in relevant position, creating that activity by amplified plane engines flying directly over the venue for purposes of their monitoring corporately with communication devices and third parties patrolling in traffic is creating ongoing activity as well. 5XUZ610 and this Georgia plate CMV3328. Parked back here in relevant position. Third parties parking their vehicles. 8KPB884, 8DHH751, 09151N1, 7CUD283, 6RZV447, 8TORO18, TFAM4EV, 7TNZ903, 7MHS 624, 5AWE 402, 8NCT 717, 6ZEH 629, MOMAZ, third-party group stalker sitting in their car, 34124. It's a handicap plate. It's black male in relevant position. Across the street on Transit. Third-party group stalker in the parking lot under the state's fake sun. 7YJN942, 8KEC320, 8DOR638, 7UCP043, 8LGC903. Inside of Center Ice Arena at 201 Plum, I guess, or 201 Transit. They're in relevant position, 7PWU746, 7DQS 704, 8EMD 372, 7YQY 585. Group stalker in relevant position back here, behind the skating rink, 7BFH 937, sitting in her car way back here in the cut, in relevant position. That's 7AHR 235. It's 9:18 a.m. I don't know if I read this one. Let me make sure I read it again. 8PQU633. I believe I did. PILTSWF 6H68086. Snap-on. Let's see, California number 538718. Has the big name Chris Price on it. Chris Price is engaged in criminal facilitation of federal group stalking and monitoring and sexual violence of a targeted individual, creating light activity, license 69569Z1. That audible activity with that light activity that Snap-on is creating. 7NYP 553. I'm gonna get these in relevant position lined around Andy's Burgers in the drive-thru. All the elements remain present. Light, created by them and created and supplied by the state with its fake sun. 7XRN 208 TIFFYCO. 7SZB799, 7HCH4859809, 2K2. Oh, this is the one that was sitting in the back of the skating rink. 7BFH937. 8FPC266. 6KHG826. And we've got right now at the window of Andy's Burgers, 02224C3. They're monitoring at Brian's Automotive. They're monitoring at Andy's Burgers, the entire B&G Plaza. Monitoring at Enrique's Income Tax. Monitoring at Ontario Town Square Apartments. Monitoring at Metro 102 Apartments. Monitoring at the ski rink. Monitoring at 150 East Hope Boulevard. Monitoring via traffic systematically as they drive past, monitoring and engaging in sexual violence on the go. RTHBASX, while the state is using its orange radiant light onto the ground as it drives past. It is 9:22 a.m. 4B97, 8B1, 7934, 7T2, 93596 M1. I'm crossing the street right now in the crosswalk at Plum and Holt. R748 68 7XC T129, substantially similar, can't really see that one that well. 8MZ 7616, I believe. San Bernardino County vehicle 154 9317 9945 C1, substantially similar to that. They're driving west on Holt Boulevard right now after I cross the street. It's P.O.C. So I want to give you an image of another example of the state's engagement in what is ongoing molestation and every third party molesting with it. Multiple shadows on the sidewalk as I'm walking north on Plum. So here's one shadow. And here is the other shadow. Let's see. That is license 8MCZ642. The state reaching over, touching me with orange radiant light as that group stalker is crossing past. That is not coincidental presence while that incredible occurrence is occurring. That's called sexual violation, molesting my person with light, and that third party group stalker intentionally present while the state aims light and they are touching with the state. That's criminal facilitation on both parts. Third parties are facilitating a government's ability to monitor you, to sexually violate you, and the state is engaged in criminal facilitation in the same way, enabling the people of the state of California in that same exact manner, that's P.O.C., to monitor you and to sexually violate your person while they do so. It's 9:33 a.m. and I am sitting at the shaded area beside the library, and that is also stalking with light, stalking by entity. and stalking with activity. That's P.O.C for monitoring with communication devices. And this is also that which is demonic activity. JDW 421, present while that third-party group stalker crosses path in the state molests with light. That third party was parked in the parking lot directly in alignment to me. While that occurred, understand they are engaged in that same touching and monitoring. They're in relevant position. You just have one that's engaged in alignment, which is what they were, and the parking spot. And that third party that drove past was engaged in what's called crossing path. That's relevant positioning. While the state is molesting with light, that is the light activity. That is element number one. While they are engaged in also visual and audible activity. 5 NKD 360, crossing path. It is 9:37 a.m. while they're patrolling. This is another one, 8RFH 860. It is 9:38 a.m. All right, I want to narrate P.O.C walking from a third-party facilitating venue, which is B&G Plaza. That entire venue acting with the state as its the state's light source aimed on that venue. And while the state is flying directly over that venue via aircraft, while third parties are patrolling, that is one group that they are present in alignment, crossing path repeatedly. It's called patrolling. That is the perpetual presence of the targeting entity, that is the state of California, through the vicarious presence of third parties, as I'm dictating their, reciting their license plates on my podcast. And what I want to make sure that I communicate is P.O.C as I walk from that venue. So what I captured in images is the state's fake sun over the B&G Plaza, which again is in direct conflict with, you could just go back 24 hours, where the state's fake sun was in that same position at 7:40 a.m. And then captured directly over Vineyard and Holt, where I got off of in the window in position as I'm on Omnitrans, subject to monitoring on that moving venue, if you will. That is a third-party facilitating venue that is in transit, third parties all around, in buildings, in their cars, on foot, monitoring while in the midst of movement in any vehicle, including Omnitrans. And that is what I captured yesterday, January 12th. As I walk from as I get off the bus, let me be clear, I captured the state's fake sun directly over Vineyard and Holt Boulevard, remaining directly over the third-party facilitating venue, the San Bernardino Human Services Department at 1627 West Holt, which is in direct conflict with where it was yesterday. That is the state's fake sun at 7:40 a.m. and then being directly over me. That is as I travel east on Holt Boulevard at the opposite end of that street at Vineyard and Holt. And this is today capturing the state's fake sun. That's after 8:30 a.m. That is P.O.C. And as I walk from B&G Plaza today, January 13th, what I captured in video was the state's fake sun in real-time migration remaining over me. I taking a picture of what are the multiple shadows on the ground as the state's fake sun is literally migrating. This is aiming light onto the surfaces all around, creating the multiple shadows, which I captured in video. As I walk through the parking lot of the City Hall and all the third-party venues that are in relevant position, all of them engaging and monitoring the target individual. I remain subject to criminal monitoring via communication devices at all times and at all places. And as I walk through the parking lot, the City Hall is in the same parking lot where the Senior Center is, where 280 Lemon Avenue apartments are, where the Ontario Ovitt Family Community Library is, and the state's fake sun captured again in image at the corner directly above me over the edge of the Senior Center, which is where the benches that I sit on, and I captured that image at 9:29 a.m. as I also captured the third-party group stalker, which was in the City of Ontario vehicle license 1580358, who was in position sitting in her vehicle as the state fake sun was directly over that building after being captured directly over me at Plum, where I captured the multiple shadows, and after being directly over B&G Plaza. As I was sitting at that venue, I also captured images of the state aiming its aiming its light onto the benches where I sit, which requires, again, what I stated, which I just want to be clear that I stated, to record on this podcast as evidence of stalking with light and engaging in what is ongoing narration of federal group stalking and monitoring. And that was specifically while the third party in the City of Ontario vehicle was present, maintaining presence. Okay, that's the perpetual presence. She's in the path. She's sitting in her vehicle. That was, again, a heavy set white female with dark brunette hair sitting in her car while the state has placed its fake sun, which is engaged in real-time migration, remaining over me, then captured over the same building where she is sitting in front of me in the car, and the state also aiming light onto the benches where I routinely sit in between the Senior Center, next to the Ontario Ovitt Family Community Library, against the back of the 280 Lemon Avenue apartments, and that is the state's directing light onto that bench, and which would require a direct light source into the depths between those buildings underneath the trees. That is the state aiming light for purposes of expecting me to sit there at that bench, and this is after it's over B&G Plaza. So, and I'm capturing a picture of it being directly over the Senior Center, which is that requires a real-time migration. I would not be able to see this from B&G Plaza, meaning where I captured it over that venue, and then as I walk to the Senior Center City Hall parking lot, it's directly over the edge of that Senior Center building. That's what I captured in the picture, and as I leave that area, I turn the corner to walk toward what is the front of the library, the Lemon and C Street, the turn circle, to sit in the shaded area. And I also captured an image of what is shadows. That is my shadow that you can see on the sidewalk in a shaded area, requiring the state aiming light in that shaded area. And I did take a picture of that as well, that stalking with light. I took that picture at 9:30. This is after I'm turning the corner from after capturing the state's fake sun over the edge of the Senior Center building, which is not going to result in light being aimed at that angle. And I took a picture of what was behind me, which is entirely shaded sidewalk, where this is the state that is aiming light onto that area in my path as I'm walking. That's what I took a picture of at that is, again, 9:30 after capturing the City of Ontario in that vehicle, in the path where the state is stalking with light, in that female sitting in her car in the path. So the state is stalking with light. The state is stalking by entity via City of Ontario, city using that vehicle to be present while the state is stalking with light. That's presence, that is visible activity, audible activity, and that is light. That's criminal monitoring. And I just want to make sure that I'm reciting this, and this is what I've captured in the pictures. And that is the stalking with light as I'm literally turning corners, walking through the plaza area, and as I sit at the shaded area facing Lemon and C Street, the Ontario Town Square in front of me, Ontario Ovitt Family Community Library to my right, which in front of me, by that I mean it is, that would be west. It's in front of me facing west. As I'm facing west, Ontario Ovitt Family Library is north of me. It is to my right. And that's where Lemon Street is, right in front of me, and the state is flying over by plane and helicopter. The state is aiming its light onto my person as third-party group stalkers are patrolling as a group. That is just driving past repeatedly on Lemon, driving in the turn circle. They're in position at Wells Fargo in that parking lot, while the state is repeatedly touching with light as the third parties are patrolling, that is coming in close quarters to cross path with simultaneity to their awareness in real time of what I'm doing on my phone as I'm examining my files. And what I stated was that, what I want to state is that P.O.C. is ceaseless, and that this ongoing occurrence of stalking with light, which is the significance of what I'm capturing, this impossible light activity, as I'm also capturing the state's real-time stalking with this light source, this low-hanging, hovering light source in the sky that is not the sun, but that which is supposed to be a sun that is engaged in this real-time movement. That is an incredible occurrence. That is coinciding with the ongoing presence of third parties, and that is serving the criminal purpose of monitoring with communication devices. And so first off, that is the absence of coincidence. It is the pattern of conduct. The state is molesting my person, touching all over my body with its light, which is an instrument of criminal activity. It is engaged in that molestation in concert with third parties who are also intentionally present, and while the state is also aiming light, that is touching all over the environment around me, the surfaces all around while they're crossing paths, creating audible activity, and they are intentionally doing so because they do so with simultaneity to my activity. This is the absence of the coincidence, this impossible light activity. So you are establishing this which is not natural, this light behavior, this behavior with light, this treatment with light, the placement of a fake sun remaining and literally migrating as I'm documenting it, and the ongoing presence of third parties who are that is literally the government driving past, repeatedly walking past, repeatedly surrounding you in all the buildings, monitoring with communication devices. It is documentation of criminal monitoring via communication devices, centered around the use of light. Inherent to that pattern of conduct is the molestation of the person, and so that is literally the entire group, directly and vicariously. That is the state of California. Third parties are the vicarious actors of that state. That is literally the government that is touching, molesting your person all together as one unified group over and over and over again while you are stalking, while you are the government that is stalking, engaged in this corporate molestation, which is exceptionally violent sexual violence while they are monitoring you. It is serving a criminal purpose, and it is physical violation of the person. And this is what I wanted to make sure that I communicate in my podcast, and this is the significance, of what I am documenting, especially with the state's psychopath conduct of stalking, and stalking with light in particular, and stalking vicariously through the ongoing presence of third parties, irrespective of their age, race, their status, whatever job they're engaged in, while they are in relevant position, while they are engaging in activity, while they are present, while the state is molesting with light. It is ceaseless engagement in that system. While the state is acting through the multiplicity of faces. They are one group acting together. And as I sit at this area and examining my phones, it is currently 10:20 a.m., and that is just making sure that I clarify the significance of those images as I'm literally just walking from one place to another, and the state is stalking with its fake sun over me, and the state is engaging in ongoing molestation of my person. Third parties are molesting together and facilitating that molestation while they are present, and the state and they are monitoring together. So you're engaging in those criminal elements of monitoring, you're engaged in that sexual violence of molesting together, and that is highly perverted and demented conduct, and that is exactly what they are doing while they are monitoring with communication devices. That is the significance of understanding the nature of criminal monitoring via communication devices in violation of 18 U.S.C. Section 42A. This entire system is that which is indicative of conduct that is criminal, that is intentional, it is malicious, and it is also revealing that which is deliberate group conduct. It is the absence of coincidence that this incredible event of a fake sun is present while they are present and light is shooting all over the environment. And this is that which is already established and published, not only today, not only yesterday and the day before and the day before. This is a history of documentation that I have already published, and I have systematically done so as from venue to venue. I've even isolated venues showing how the behavioral pattern is identical regardless of where I am at. And even while subject to kidnapping inside of state facilitating venues such as the Rancho Cucamonga Courthouse, such as the West Valley Detention Center, the Glen Helen Rehabilitation Center, and inside of Central Detention Center, the state is engaged in this ongoing criminal monitoring system. and documented through the cameras inside of that venue. All of that is that which is to be used against that public entity that is operating a monitoring system on a ceaseless basis where the same identical behavioral pattern was underway. It is January 13th, 2021, and so while I am reviewing my files and making sure that I am reciting the significance of these images that I'm taking, showing how all elements are present, showing how the state's conduct of stalking with light, which is central to monitoring with communication devices, is actually that which is highly probative and incriminating against the third parties that are the vicarious actor of that public entity that is monitoring. Okay, that is what the state uses, that is third parties, the people of the state of California, in order to monitor you at all places and at all times. Indeed, the state relies on and facilitates criminal activity by the people of that state in order to monitor by communication devices, and it is the absence of coincidence that light is molesting my person and appearing in all manner, which is highly unnatural and impossible to occur naturally by the sun or the state's fake sun. The state's fake sun is not directly over in any position that would ever result in light shooting across and in rapid movement across the space, across the concrete, across the walls, and across my person. This is a behavioral pattern that I continue to document in real time as I am in movement in any place, whether on foot, whether on in any mode of transportation, that is in any third party's vehicle, including Omnitrans, including the Metrolink, including any individual third party's vehicle, including my own vehicle. The state is always stalking with light, and third parties are always in relevant position. And that is while I'm here at 10:23 a.m. just connecting the dots and reviewing these files and going over P.O.C. and dictating it, the state is engaged in ongoing molestation of my person with its light as third parties are patrolling, driving up and down C Street and Lemon, and while they are repeatedly crossing paths as I'm reviewing my files. And so that is what the group engages in. The group is one deliberate actor that is third parties, and the state is that which is facilitating that group's ability to monitor with communication devices as it is centered around light, and that is the routine violation of the physical person of that targeted individual, and that is inherently sexually violent as the group is engaged in the criminal elements of monitoring while light is repeatedly molesting and touching all over your person. And as I stated before, in that which is a graphic illustration, but you need to understand this is what the state is engaged in. It is tantamount to, analogous to, it is exactly identical to an enormous orgy that you have not consented to, as they are all touching together while they are monitoring together, touching all over your person with light, which is an instrument of criminal activity, while they are repeatedly crossing paths for purposes of enabling that ongoing touching because they are monitoring with communication devices. So it is a violation that is further serving a criminal purpose, and it is that which they are engaging in deliberately and intentionally. It is the absence of coincidence that you have this light activity and their presence, which also happens to be the way in which you monitor with communication devices. This is the system in operation as I am revealing it, as I am publishing evidence of it. And so it's 10:25 a.m. and that's what the state is engaged in as I sit here at the shaded area at the corner where the turn circle is, Ontario Town Square in front of me. That is west. It's directly in front of me. I'm facing it. The Ontario Ovid Family Community Library is north of me. It's to my right, and the state is engaged in sounding planes and helicopters and third parties patrolling, and light is flashing all over, touching all over the environment and touching all over me as I'm reviewing my files as though they are getting away with something. Understand, every third party that I have already documented is engaged in that identical behavioral pattern. Excuse me. And so that is POC. It's 10:26 a.m. And I just want to be clear on the significance of documentation. It is not only criminal monitoring, sexual violence, physical violation, molestation of the person. That is, literally, to give you a picture, a it is nothing less than an orgy. You have people that you do not know that are engaging in repeated touching of your person, all over your person, with its instrument of criminal activity. They are sex offenders, and this is just one manner in which that I've documented. I have shown and narrated in real time the multiple ways that the public entity, and that is including third parties, that are engaged in the sexual violation of the target individual. And the state is engaging in that which is routine, inherent to monitoring with communication devices. This is a psychopath that is engaged in obsessive stalking, and while engaging in that obsessive stalking, in all manner, stalking with light, stalking with activity, and stalking by entity, directly and vicariously, stalking and touching your person, all over your person, with knowledge that you are aware of it. So this is a whole other level of inflicting suffering to the target individual, violating them physically while they are aware of it. Every third party and the state that is monitoring is also monitoring your documentation. This is an exceptionally violent sex offender that is intent on and diligently acting to and continue to engage in that sexual violation of your person, while they are also an incredibly threatening offender. This is the government. Okay, this is no ordinary stalker. This is no ordinary sex offender. This is that which is operating directly. That is the state, police, fire, ambulance, planes and helicopters. That's a public entity engaging and facilitating this monitoring and sexual violence, sanctioning it, if you will, by the people of the state of California. That is a level of violation that is unprecedented, and sexual violence is inherent to the P.O.C. That is the bottom line, and that's what I'm documenting, and that's what every third party documented and to be documented and has already been documented is engaged in. And so as they're speeding past, while I'm going through my phone as though they're getting away with something, they are not getting away with anything, because that's what they're doing while I'm going through my files, reviewing my pictures and video captured today, January 13th, 2021, and the helicopter starts sounding. That is, the helicopter is always present. The state is always present via aircrafts, okay? It is an egregious, paranoid, hovering stalker. It is a psychopath, all right? And that is personified in each and every third party engaged in that exact same level of diligent concentration on what I am doing, where I am doing it, as I am doing it, and maintaining presence in the path for purposes of keeping me surrounded. That is a very violent stalker and a sex offender. And that is what I'm documenting with regard to the documentation of the vicarious presence. That is the third party, and they are one unified group. Okay, it's P.O.C. That's 10:29 a.m. and that is the state engaging in listening to its own criminal activity as it is to be published online, while they're engaged in what is to be enforced under federal law, understanding how a government is a sex offender and the ways in which it is engaged in that unprecedented level of sexual violence, while it is criminally monitoring directly and sanctioning that criminal activity by the people of the state of California. That is P.O.C. All right, third-party license plate, acting with the state flying over me in helicopter, 7SKP555, and I did just take an image of that 90418. I can't really see it. That's a Cherokee Jeep, white Jeep, that's pulling out from Ontario Town Square in relevant position, starting its ignition as I, in real time, aware of what I'm doing on my phone, starting its ignition and pulling out from Ontario Town Square, which is going to be on the cameras, as the helicopter is also flying over and as the state is engaged in ongoing stalking with its light. That's third-party group stalking. It's the absence of coincidence. That's P.O.C. And I did go ahead and take an image. I just stated on my P.O.C. that this is what the state was doing while I was examining my phone, not recording as though it's getting away with something. It is the ordinary P.O.C. and third parties that I've already documented are engaging in that. Everything the state continues to do is evidence against that same group. That has already been personally documented, just to be clear. This is it is currently, what is that? It's 10:33 a.m. and that was a picture of the state flying over me where I'm sitting at the shaded area in between, like I already described, in front of the, facing the Ontario Town Square beside the Ontario Ovid Family Library. And that was the blue and white helicopter that I just took a picture of. And those are just the third parties that I captured. It's P.O.C. That's 10:34 a.m. and that is P.O.C. I'm going to get these third parties that are patrolling as a group, just driving past on Lemon and C Street. This is license 7JHS857. They are all in relevant position at Ontario Town Square. They are all in relevant position inside of Wells Fargo. This is why the state is flying over and creating that audible activity. Every third party is deliberately present, all of them equally aware of what I'm doing on my phone, engaging in this crossing a path while the state is also molesting with light. All right, this is license plate 8RZL252. All right, that's 10:34 a.m. Just to reiterate, I've already established my credibility when I say a helicopter is flying over me everywhere I go, and that the helicopter activity was occurring as I was going through my phone. That's exactly what I said. That's exactly what the state is doing, and so I just captured a picture of the state doing it again. This is third-party license plate BC07E81, driving past in a dark gray Tacoma truck. That's a paper plate, and that's just a means of criminal obstruction as they're trying to cover up their actual license plates. It's 10:35 a.m. 8NCC 360. It is 12:17 p.m. 6TYZ318. This is P.O.C. I guess I forgot to eat. Alright, this is just to capture the state's ongoing stalking with light. This is the state's fake sun. It is currently 1:40 p.m. if you recall my documentation. At this time, precisely at 1:38 p.m., I was at third-party facilitating venue, Mercy Health, where the state's fake sun is captured directly over me at that venue while the state is flying over, which is also captured in the picture together via aircraft repeatedly, but I also captured the state with the state stalking via aircraft and the fake sun. It's all together in the pictures. It's P.O.C. at every venue. I just want to show how that is mutually exclusive, being directly over 435 South Bonneview, Mercy House, and being directly over the Ontario Town Square. As you have been listening, the state is engaged in ongoing stalking. Federal group stalking and monitoring is a system whereby the entire environment, and this is that which is imperceivable, I would say unfathomable, but this is the pattern of conduct, where everything in the environment, down to presence, down to the creation of any method of light activity, and any and everything that is audible, anything that you can hear, is that which is deliberately occurring for purposes of criminal monitoring with communication devices. And this is all directly shown by the state's stalking conduct directly via aircraft, directly via police, fire, and ambulance. And what you've been listening to is the state's ongoing creation of that environment. When you are hearing the door closing repeatedly, that's Ontario Ovid Family Library directly across from me at that seating area, stalking with activity, as it is acting in with simultaneity to my activity on my communication devices as I log on, as I log off of Wi-Fi, as I switch between apps. You're hearing third parties closing their car doors. You're hearing third parties that are loitering, walking around, talking loudly on their cell phones. You are hearing the state that is flying over repeatedly via aircraft. You're hearing loud birds chirping directly over where I'm sitting. You are hearing the third parties that are driving past in their vehicles, all while the state is stalking with its light source directly over the environment. And this is a matter of documentation showing how, first of all, this is not showing how this is not the sun. It's a scientific fact that this is not the sun. This is documentation showing that the state is stalking with a light source for purposes of monitoring with communication devices, which is that which serves the purpose of monitoring in concert with the people of the state of California that are engaged in systematic stalking. Stalking by entity, meaning they are physically present, remaining in the path, creating all manner of activity, which you've been witnessing, and that which is the stalking with light conduct, using their vehicles, using any method of noise, including their voices. And this is what you're hearing in the background is a third party intentionally and aware of the fact every word that I'm uttering and using its vehicle that the state is amplifying. You heard the state amplifying the sound of the train. That what you do not know, what you need to understand is that this activity that you're hearing, it's an ongoing rhythm to what it is listening, that is the entity listening to me do, and constant surrounding with activity, which is how you monitor with communication devices. This evidence that I am publishing at 1:40 p.m., that's a picture of the state's fake sun directly over Ontario Town Square before where it was where I was sitting outside of the library. The state's fake sun remaining over the venue absolutely has gone nowhere, and this is mutually exclusive to being directly over 435 South Bonneview. What you're listening to is my publishing of that which is a deliberate environment that is created for surrounding with activity and presence, and that is in concert with the government that is stalking with light, and that is also sounding its sirens. All right, you heard the state amplifying the sound of the train. You heard the state flying directly over repeatedly via aircraft. And third parties are the vicarious presence, and they are engaging in everything. Every single thing that you're hearing is deliberate creation of activity. While, mind you, I am catching 24 hours later, again, because this point is already proven. This is showing to the psychopath that I'm documenting, acting vicariously through every third party who is also intentionally present, deliberately present. There is no idle or useless by the way, or coincidental, however you want to term it, presence or anything that you can hear or see. This is the ongoing monitoring of an American citizen, and that's the significance of what I'm capturing, and that is why the state's light source, which is a fake sun, is directly over me, aiming light behind the history wall, a third party in relevant position as I'm walking through the Ontario Town Square. This is intentional presence, monitoring with communication devices and facilitating the ability of a public entity to monitor with communication devices. And this is that which is not going to be seen directly over Ontario Town Square at the history wall where I am, and also where I am 24 hours prior at the venue of 435 South Bonneview, which is Mercy House, where the state is also flying over repeatedly, as I also published, not just yesterday, but as I continue to publish. This is the identical behavior pattern everywhere that I go. That is federal group stalking and monitoring. It is the deliberate creation of an environment for purposes of monitoring with communication devices. And that is what I took an image of, the state's fake sun directly over the same venue. The state's fake sun does not go anywhere. It maintains its presence. The state is engaged in an ongoing manipulation of the environment. And understand, the state is, again, directly and vicariously engaging in that manipulation of the environment, that manipulation of activity, creation of activity, and maintaining that activity level. That is a group effort. It is that which is also demonic activity. And understanding demonic activity is that which is entirely malicious. And so this is what they are engaging in while they are outwardly, you see the people, you see them doing what they're doing, and understand while they're doing what they're doing, they are focused on the targeted individual, engaging in that activity, engaging in that presence with knowledge and with intent to surround physically and to surround with activity. And that is the rhythm, if you will, to which they are creating that activity, to which they are creating that light activity, to which they are maintaining presence together. And it is currently 1:45 p.m. And I am at Ontario Town Square where the state's fake sun is present. And again, ongoing probative evidence of the state's monitoring with communication devices, using that which is a literal, and this is an oxymoron, a literal fake sun object, which is providing real light, while the people of the state of California monitor with it. That is P.O.C. It's 1:47 p.m. All right. Third parties engaged in P.O.C. 71027P1. That's FedEx creating light activity. Another third party creating light activity via vehicle 8GTK541. Crossing path 8CTH255. Seven R 40564. Monitoring to all this light activity created. 8 PLS 214. And that was FedEx that was sitting in its company vehicle in relevant position creating light activity, monitoring with the state under the same fake sun. That's criminal facilitation of P.O.C. 7JOF 929. Um, 7YAB 653. ROB3KKD. Omnitrans number 1220, crossing path right now, driving west on Holt Boulevard. Again, it's 2:47. That'll be seen on the traffic cameras, and that is remaining in relevant position. Understand they're monitoring as I am walking at B and Lemon. So as FedEx is creating light activity, as that third party in that license plate that I recited, creating light activity at that area, creating a barrier of light activity, Omnitrans is sitting at Lemon and Holt, monitoring, okay, in relevant position. And Omnitrans creates light activity as it is in relevant position, sitting at Lemon and Holt. Crossing path as it is aware that I am walking, that would be south on B Street. I'm sorry, south on Lemon, excuse me. And so this is the intentional crossing of path. This is the intentional creation of light activity as I'm traveling on foot. And that is P.O.C. Alrighty, we got 7 JVN 758, 8 EGS 135, 8 NCC 599, 6 UWU 512, 1271 5R2 7D59573, 6 TVN 382, 6 NRF 440, 6 ZOA 619, 6 TCW 450, BERRYS, I believe, 7 KYG 684, 5 YJW 542, 118 6318, City of Ontario, van. 54798 F2, SureTech, 8 GHC 244, 8 KKV 455, 5 AUP 095, Y29 PRI, that looks like a Florida plate, 8 KGH 333, 1416308. On the traffic cameras at Plum, this is City of Ontario again, truck number 4143. Six JLU 239. 4 NTX 375. Light activity created at Plum. That is a dodge that you would see on the traffic cameras going in reverse. That's creation of light activity. 5VXY 488, 5LFZ 276, 6HTM 832, 8M45131, 8NWT 585, 7PWT 949, 9 KDF 049, 6 BHS 560, 8 PLS 214, 05115C2, 8 NWT 585, oh I read that one, 7 PNW 949, AL7R 65, I believe, that's a paper plate. 8 ALB 551, 7 PWP 317, 53499U2. State flying over the parking lot of B&G Plaza. 5 UPZ 45, I believe. Substantially similar. We can get this one that's real close. 8 KSY 110, 8 LHC 776, 7 JWW 389, 7 LN 451, it's a Sentra, 7 XAB 385, 8 TMH 425. Let's see. I think I said 7JWW 389 already. 8FSF 544, 8 PIW 623, 7 AAX 579, 8 CIF 289, 7 JGY 656. It's 2:53 p.m.
What is it? Yeah, like in the middle.
You're next.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead, man. I got the whole story, girl.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm hungry. That's all. I want to pay for my food.
Food?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No chips?
Can I get a
Charones?
black and mild?
No.
Please? I will get the
Go ahead, man.
Sweet?
2 sweet? Yes.
Two, you said?
2, please? Yes.
What's it?
Are you in line?
No.
No?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Have a good one. Oh, that's a no-no. Touching my stuff. That's P.O.C.
What the fuck you want to run? Fuck out of here.
Sorry, I don't know. That demon is talking stupid. Anyway, 8 BRF, and I missed that. 7KAM 543, 8 EKJ 522, and that is a third-party group stalker. The black female carrying all the bags on her cart, wearing a hat backwards, engaging in audible activity via harassment while she's monitoring outside of Shiro's Liquor as I walk out. 7XDL 112, understand they're monitoring me. They're one group engaging in that harassment together in the same way they're one group engaging in sexual molestation together. That's audible activity that they're monitoring me to. 8 PCX 478, that is sanctioned by the government. 8 TUG 272, and in the same way they're engaged in this passive-aggressive stalking, that's passive-aggressive speech by a third-party group stalker. 8JXY 680, talking out loud but not directly addressing me. Everything that you utter in relevant position is monitoring conduct, okay? And so it is legally relevant, whether you want to act like you're talking to someone else or whether you are indirectly speaking to the targeted individual. And understand it is reasonably construed as a threat when you are creating audible activity in relevant position and voicing any sort of threat. That's P.O.C. It is 2:57 p.m. That's exactly what the inmates at West Valley Detention Center engaged in, which is also speaking to the ongoing system, which third parties in the state are exceedingly hostile to as it's being documented. As I use the cameras inside, all of them voicing the same hostility to some quote-unquote, forgive my words, but this is real life and I'm documenting criminal activity. All right, criminals do not always use the best speech. So while they are engaging in POC, monitoring me to that which is sexually harassing, sexually violent speech, and also criminally threatening, all of them referencing while they're yelling inside of that jail facility to the same quote-unquote bitch, telling the same quote-unquote bitch to excuse my language, shut the fuck up. All of them engaging in this yelling conduct while they're just hollering out inside of the venue, which the state was amplifying in sound. 559TR 41068C1. And understand, amplification is clear, 7GWU 448. While through those solid brick walls that are insulated with thick paint, bulletproof glass, concrete floors and ceilings, and yet through the walls, I am able to hear clearly third parties that are the inmates. Those are the people of the state of California inside of a state facilitating venue, such as the jail where I was kidnapped, and the state was flying over it repeatedly by plane and helicopter, which is amplification of audible activity because you're not going to hear planes. That's the state playing the sound inside of my cell while it was monitoring me. And third parties are hollering. Third parties are talking inside of their cells, and you can hear it in my cell. That's amplification. Third parties flushing the toilet. You can hear them pressing the button to flush the toilet. If you're familiar with the construction of West Valley Detention Center, and if you have any common sense, you're not going to hear through the cells pushing a button to flush the toilet. That is the same asininity that characterizes this public entity that's monitoring me. Amplification of activity is state action. That is a hallmark of P.O.C, knowing that you are being monitored with communication devices. And so this third party at Shiloh's Liquor, very dark African-American female, like I said, wearing a backwards hat and engaging in that threatening speech while she's monitoring a relevant position under the state's fake sun, that's P.O.C. Gonna make a quick swoop on through. 8GWY614. They're all monitoring in this parking lot as I walk through, so I'm gonna go through and document all of them that are monitoring. 82062M2. Uh, 6GGJ770, 7ZGS573, 8NJY348, 90310N2, 8LWJ789, 5BBB653, 88099M2, 8AIY546, 33178K2. Coming through the back part of the parking lot, 8HEU813, 6WKY110, 8EVS841. Third-party group stalkers are numerous. You can document and document and document, which is what I'm doing. Because there's stalkers all over the place. And that's how the state designed it, by the way. That's why when you're at work, it is still deliberate presence. The state of California designed its system such that 7ZAA013, such that third parties at their job, third parties in their home are present on behalf of that government. That is deliberate presence. That is stalking conduct. Wherever it is you think you belong, the government intended to be present vicariously through you, and you are stalking wherever it is that you claim you belong. 17AN398. That is deliberate placement. 8NLC654, in addition to the fact that they're blatantly engaged in stalking and maintaining presence in the path, as I've documented. 6PEK918, 8GZR305. P.O.C, third-party group stalker at the corner of Melrose, using their hazard lights, stalking with light just like the state does, with its fake sun that is directly over this parking lot. This is also in conflict with being directly over Ontario Town Square, like I just showed you the picture of, which is also in conflict with being directly over 435 South Bonneview 24 hours ago, like I just showed you the picture of. This is P.O.C. .3803. I can't see the rest of that. Y2. I think I'm missing a character though. 8MGC474. 8EGS135. And let me be clear, 8MGC474, engaging in what is criminal facilitation of monitoring. All right, enabling the government to monitor, enabling the rest of the third parties who are monitoring, helping them increase that effectiveness by creating that light activity. 6TPA176, 8SMW564, 5PJB077, hazard lights, criminal facilitation and monitoring. 7TLE237, 8DRJ708, 4HTK194, 7BTP710, 5ABA64, 6MNA083, 8F44767, 8HME846, 951 6P6, which is a white and green plate. 8SDZ 400. 5DSM 914, in case I didn't say that one already. 39306R1, 8SME 254. 8LJF 662. Amazon Prime crossing path. Creating light activity in doing so. 8TMH 333. 5FTS 394 01730T2. 8GTL 946. BL41356. Laura's Meat Incorporated 4739282. 8AVA 363. 7JPA 174. Okay, understand I'm in motion on foot. So third parties whose license plates are repeated more than once while I'm moving, this is third party intentionally engaging in that which is indicative of knowledge of their being documented, and also gaining more and more federal charges because each time they're in the path and I'm going to document it, that's an additional federal charge. And also this is speaking to the intent, which is criminal obstruction, to limit the number of third parties that are being documented. It's not limiting. This is the futility of this entity. 5WDL 898. 7FDL 996. XP 76810. 7KPE 817. 8KIY 446. 8NVM 161. 7MVZ 2377. Let me say that again. 7MVZ 377, excuse me. 6UVX 091, 8NON 945, 8GYR 184, 5PJB 077, 8MXV 555, 4TH 9340, 7JWE 111, 8CNU 830, 7HCN 048, 8KKC 071, 6RWA 789, 39306R1, 8CTP 549, 8JJX 079, 8MNZ 916, 20802R2, FATBOI 8, LMM AMM 1439, 1F2, 8DIL 846, 8EZN 943, 7H95 194, 7ZUG 741, 15547T2, 6ULD 181, 7BYE 174, 8MXB 331, 3596 4L1, 7UNY 065, 6GIR 276, 8FAF 506, 7DPA 674, 7X24739, 8MNZ 916, Loitering in relevant position, creating light activity, 8NJM 435, 7RAU 981, 6KBU 807, 8SHY 941, 8KZW 819, EV274. It's a handicap plate. I don't know if I said 5ETA067 within the last few seconds, I mean. If I said it earlier today, it's because they're engaged in blatant stalking. STSELCA 6RHU291, 8SH, oh yeah, I said that one already. 7U0K 807, 98935M1, 6ZEG 781, 7VCJ 659, 4XFJ 907, 8FFA 522, 8DMJ012, 64962T2, 8V85491, error mark, engaged in P.O.C. inside of West Valley Detention Center. Understand they deliver what is commissary inside, engaging in all the criminal elements of monitoring. They are present. They are also engaged in kidnapping, monitoring me while I am subject to that kidnapped state. That is P.O.C. and that is error mark, engaging in crossing path right now, creating light activity. Engaged in P.O.C. of criminal monitoring and criminal obstruction of justice via kidnapping while I was subject to kidnapping pursuant to Lisa Rogan's criminal conduct on February 18, 2020, and also while I was subject to kidnapping again on September 25th, 2020 by Ontario Police, and in addition also on January 13th, 2020, kidnapped by Ontario Police, Jason Knighton, Officer 80509 with Ontario Police. Error mark is engaged in doing commissary, and they're monitoring while they do that. All elements present, including the creation of bright light activity, as they're using all their communication devices, creating activity, and the state is amplifying activity. They're present, they're engaged in P.O.C. inside of that state facilitating venue. And engaged in P.O.C. right now, like I documented them. 8UFY 369. 8RFC 590. 6WCU 688. 7REY 873. And mind you, the state's fake sun is directly to my right as I'm walking south on Bonneview right now. And again, it was directly over the venue at 10:20 in the morning, 1:38 p.m. in the afternoon, and it's still aiming light while I'm walking south on Bonneview, and I just captured it directly over Ontario Town Square. No, you go on ahead, group stock, and let me get that license. 8S23445. 8RXK446, 7XDF684. CE Mechanical Inc. 93532R2. 8CGN074. 6TPN 404. 8KKC071. 3EOH 192, I believe. California license 765670 of that truck that I recited recently the license plate, made a U-turn, crossing path again. 7F 61792. 7FW 7FW 7271. 4MBN 179. All right, it's currently 3:15 p.m. I'm gonna go ahead and take a picture just because I like to be thorough. Even though I'm already thorough, but this is just how ridiculous it is. The state's fake sun glaring all in my face, all over my person as I'm walking south on Bonneview. This is P.O.C. Recall everywhere that it's been today, including directly over me at the B&G Plaza, or directly at the corner of Lemon and Holt, over the low enough to aim directly onto 150 East Holt, such that light is aiming directly onto me, and where I'm walking on the sidewalk, creating multiple shadows, which I showed you, directly over the senior center building at that edge of the building. And then you have it remaining directly over the Ontario Ovitt Family Community Library entrance while I'm there. And then you have it at the center of Ontario Town Square while I am there, after remaining directly over. Because after I exited the library, I was sitting in the same area at the shaded area. I was sitting at the same place, the shaded area in between 280 Lemon and the library, and Ontario Town Square right in front of me, like I described, and it remained there. So as I walked to Ontario Town Square, which you heard me do, the state's fake sun moving in real time to be directly over me at that venue, in direct conflict with where it was 24 hours ago. Again, that point is just highly illustrative. This is already established, and this is absolutely impossible, light activity, and that is stalking by the state via light, because it's monitoring with communication devices. And this is irreducible proof of it. And so you just document everybody that's in a relative position. They're all monitoring together. This is the state acting vicariously through every third party that I continue to identify via license plate, and any conduct of criminal obstruction, trying to avoid that. 7RXR 896. This is 6920444, a Dodge truck with the USPS logo on the plate, and the USPS number at the top of the truck. UPS 82263G1, 8M93861, 8PQM 754. And let me also speak to the fact the state is not only engaged in molestation of my person and third parties as well, it is also an assault and battery, as having light aimed on you all day, resulting in burns onto your body, which they, 1478350, engaged in that battery as well. That's another form of abuse of the person, by the way, suffering burns. And that is also what is occurring as well, while the state is aiming light all day long, all day, everywhere that you're going. 6CWB 739, 8RIL 526, 5TXD 238, 37355P2, 8F16262, 43477Y2, 4J80711, 6UJT 537, 5NNR 520, 8JZH 486, USPS 2200722 in its traditional little mailbox truck, 7ERA 591, or 7FRA 591. Can't see the bottom of that, whether it's E or F. Looks like a F. 5LVR 274, 8MDL 565, 5BVR 522, 7KPG 877, 33983B3, Lim Towing, California 0434600, 85336K1, 6GBH 247, 7SCB 876, I believe, 66595J1, 8PJC 588, 4SNY 494, 6ZRE 171, Ontario Fire 1592101. They're all just lined up under the state's light source, just crossing path. 5TQL 904. Ow. Okay, 8 SOS 694, 6Y 61696, 6Z 62997, 5 ELV 960, 8R 22685, 8 CQP 178, 8D 96984, 7Y 28920, City of Ontario 144205. P.O.C. Ontario Master Towing, Olivia's Auto Body, all of them monitoring, stepping outside to be in relevant position while I stand on the curb documenting license plates. That's positioning. 6H49944, 7WMD 574, 9777, 8U1, 7T33217, 264LN, handicap plate. It's 3:20 p.m. Okay, so not only do you have the state's fake sun that was directly over me at this same address, I'm now at Washington and Bonneview, which is 435 South Bonneview, Mercy House. You had it directly remaining over that venue as I captured between the hours of 10 to 1, actually after that, but directly over the venue. And the state, this is 3:20 from 10 a.m. It's 3:20 and I just want to be clear, it is right here aiming light onto my face, which is a battery, and a molestation of my person. All right, this is, let me see, get an image of this so that you can see. While they're all patrolling, this is the system in operation, 8RYT223-12300S2, 8 EEF 435, 3 VBT 369, 6 NBU 349, 8 MYP 031, 5 LVK 215, 5 YBJ 539, 7 XEV 239, 6 YPP 912. This is P.O.C. at 435 South Bonneview. It's 3:22 p.m. Again, it's 3:23 p.m. I just want to show you something. This is the state aiming light onto me while I'm on the venue grounds. And again, this is not the sun. The state is also directing light inside of the venue as well. This is where it's at after I move from Washington and Bonneview. It's real time movement, getting in position as I walk around into the entrance of the building. Okay, understand at 24 hours later, it was on the opposite side of this same little fence area remaining. It's again 3:23 p.m. That's P.O.C. $8L93116, I believe. 7 RIU 341, 5 MUR 400, 7 XEP 113, 8 GML 530. That is 72996B2. It's currently 4:36 p.m. So while at third-party facilitating venue Mercy House, I am sitting outside and the state is flying over my head as I sit on the bench on camera while I'm eating. This is the Southwest Airlines that flies directly over my head. The state flies over by helicopter. The police are right outside of the gate sounding their sirens repeatedly and using the speaker saying no. Understand they're creating audible activity. And that is actually all hallmarks, plane, helicopter, and police and sirens. And this is P.O.C. while I'm sitting at the venue, and they are all present in relevant position. Understand these third parties are one group, and so they're all engaged in monitoring inside and outside while I'm at the venue. And it is currently 4:37 p.m., and so I exited on camera as well. And this is also documentation showing the state's fake sun object moving to remain over me at the venue and aiming light onto me at the venue, and also in direct conflict with what I just documented not only this morning but yesterday and every other day before that as well. But that is the state engaging in sexual molestation of my person. That is also an assault and battery, burning my face, burning my person, my hands that are exposed while it's aiming its light. So I want to be clear on that too. It is an all manner abuse of the person while the state is aiming its light, and that is more documentation of the same, this impossible light activity, this remaining of this light after I captured it at 1:40 p.m. directly over me at Ontario Town Square. So that requires migration of the state's light in order to aim directly on my person inside of the venue at 435 South Bonneview. In addition to that, you have the hallmarks that are present, the state sounding its sirens via police, helicopter over my head, and planes over my head as I'm sitting outside. And this is while they are inside talking about their housing program that they're not sure that I qualify for based on a willingness to get employment. My current situation, which is purely economic, precipitating from the state's criminal conduct. Fully aware of my situation, they're monitoring me. This is audible activity while I'm inside of the office, and as I step outside, the state engaging in all manner of P.O.C. with third parties at this venue, 7PGZ 327. And again, arriving at this venue, 8KDF 872, arriving at this venue after the state, that is Ontario Police Officer Taylor and Guerrero, quote unquote, finding me again and informing me that they did me a favor. I'll just go down to the office and they'll get you a room at the same venues where I've already documented them engaging in POC, all manner of POC, which is that which shall be prosecuted under S.I.I.S. federal legislation and 18 U.S.C. section 42A. This is just speaking to all of the events that transpired today and my leaving from Ontario Town Square to what is Mercy House, where ongoing documentation incriminating every third party, and which is already adding to what the state is constantly engaged in. But I'm just giving you the details of my moving from Ontario Town Square, capturing the state's fake sun, and the state aiming light as I walk to this venue, aiming light onto me and onto the venue while I'm at the venue, aiming light inside of the venue while I'm inside of it as well, through its lines of light on the walls and on the floors and on the ceiling, and as they open and close the door, and the state sounding its sirens, police around the venue using their sirens and their speakers, helicopter over my head and planes over my head. These are third parties that are monitoring with that state. TMACIAS, TMACIAS, 7KSU 937. 52502A3. This is 8CTH 784, 48626U2, 5KOB 397, 5KDB 397, 373NK, that's a handicap plate, 8KFH 049, 8RLW 471, 4NEN 606. What I also want to speak to with regard to POC is what the cameras show on the venue, at the venue in particular, because it's armed with surveillance cameras, are the third parties that are on foot, that are patrolling on foot and on their bikes. All they're doing is walking back and forth. They're crossing paths while I'm sitting outside. They're engaging and monitoring on camera while the state was sounding its sirens, flying over by plane and helicopter. They're monitoring, engaging in that relevant positioning. Understand the cars are doing the same thing. They're in relevant position on the street right outside of the building. That's what they're doing right now. It's POC, and that is what was what they were engaging in while they were literally patrolling back and forth on that street in front of the gate on Washington. This is it's currently 4:41 p.m. and so I'm leaving from that venue, which is 435 South Bonneview, and listening and entertaining their disingenuous conversation about housing and 8AJK 910, which is all audible activity while I'm being monitored inside of that venue. And again, going upon Officer Taylor and Guerrero's quote-unquote handling the application that I would get a hotel room, or he handled it, or whatever. And well, let me not say whatever. He stated specifically that he handled it, and that I would be able to go down and speak with third-party Judy, who did not want to speak with me, and had one of her employees speak with me. And it is the same monitoring, just coming out of the mouth of another third party for that audible activity. Judy did not want to speak it herself. 2K93769. They are all present in relevant position monitoring together, and that is P.O.C. 8MDL565. You are talking about the behavioral pattern for criminal monitoring occurring within the context of whatever it is the business is engaged in. So through the engagement in what they do, which is, aside from criminal monitoring, you're talking about handing out food and hygiene packs and filling out applications for housing and showers or whatnot, all of which is audible activity while they're in relevant position monitoring systematically with that public entity. Alrighty, no different than any other venue. 7SGX034, 6V20621, 7J18623, 7MKC127, 6, I can't see that one, 6SON839. This is 6UJN, I believe, 820. It's a Toyota Camry. A white Toyota Camry driving north on Bonneview right now. 6BYR081. 81294C3. Let me give you some additional context with regard to Officer Taylor's arrival, and that is on camera also at Ontario Town Square as I am uploading onto Facebook the state's placement of its fake sun to be compared at 1:38 p.m. and 1:40 p.m. between 435 South Bonneview and the Ontario Town Square, which is on Euclid Avenue. As I'm publishing this documentation is when, oh, go to Mercy House. It's handled. Just go on ahead. Just go ahead and go down there as soon as you can. Understand the state is aware of what I'm documenting, what I'm publishing in real time on the internet. 7NGB877. Not only is that monitoring, it's all audible activity, while that is literally the state directly present engaging in POC, but it is not a coincidence that it's occurring as I am publishing more incriminating evidence against this entity that is vicariously acting through the people of the state of California. It is currently 4:45 p.m. PRR201, K476PO, 8NHL758, 8JCX618, 6RLZ554, 7K58103, 7D22959, sorry, K14G&K. It's a New Jersey plate. 5KC. I didn't see the rest of that. I think 2007. I didn't see that whole plate. 6H4, 6804, 6TBE 419, and 6VZY 164 9411, 8F2, 8KEW 700. It's currently 4:46 p.m. p.m. This is the state flying over, and Omnitrans is crossing path right now at Allen Bonneview. And we've got license plate 7EHD 280. And the state is flying over. Let me go ahead and get that. All right, Omnitrans 61 eastbound, license number 1404991. 92694P2, 7GML 848, 7HEW 312, 7TKB 637, 8GQK 521, 7NGA 909, 7NVW 987, 5RZS 237, 6ASD I believe 078, 4UJW300, 7MLM, I think, 541. Substantially similar. Driving south right now on Bonneview. The state is creating light activity at the south side where the Omnitrans is number 1331, the license plate I just recited. On its camera, you will see the state creating light activity in relevant position on a line. They're in alignment to me. They're monitoring all of that traffic where Omnitrans is. All of them right here are in relevant position, and that is P.O.C, this criminal monitoring, at the traffic light. 8N U.C. 548. 02798W2, 8DDK 684. 5 WAP 341, 7 ppm 035, 17319Y2. The state engaged in criminal facilitation of criminal monitoring. All right, and 7FJR013, 64040S2. While the state is flying directly above in a small plane, this is criminal monitoring. There you go. This is stalking by the state directly over the intersection. 4:52 p.m. 8NRU 672, 7UKH 965, 70597Y1, 8SRZ 986. Yeah. 6BJA 101, 8LYW 957, 6YUZ 849, UPS crossing path 7ARK 871, 8KWZ 898, 5TCF 454, 8TYL 319, 6XOF 705, 6LKW 853, 7V 75221, 6AUU 050, I believe, 1556, 0C2, 6U2 1042, I believe. Yes, that's correct. 6AWP 542. Alrighty, and like I said, the state is also present via police, creating substantial light activity in relevant position. We'll go ahead and get a picture of that. License plate 6TED 769, 7HGQ 504, 40898V2 7APS 505, 8GXX 665, 8SLX 248, Brink Security 7RK 244, substantially similar. Brink Security engaged in P.O.C. 2837951, Intermodal JB Hunt, monitoring with the state, substantial audible activity. It's intentional presence, intentional activity creation while the state is facilitating with light in the path, monitoring with third parties. This is P.O.C, okay? This is classic P.O.C. 8 PTA 214, I can't really see that plate. 5M T6877. 7ABU 742. 6, I can't really see that one. Brink Security number 192422, turning on to Bonneview. Empire International 05342V2, 4SWK 399, 5JOH 5JOH 015. Ontario Police sitting at the traffic light, monitoring to light activity 1574839 and the light activity that the police are creating at the other end of Holt Boulevard. All right. This is license 6XYL265, 7Y48443, 8KYL446, 8REE334, 8AXL 889. I didn't see that whole one. 6SWX232, 6SWX232. Correct. Ontario Police 1591755. Number 1023. Group stalking with third parties. Criminal facilitation of the same. Light presence and activity. This is monitoring with communication devices systematically for GEA 607-0732 4B2. DOUGS PA 8389 2T2. Ontario Fire again. JOB7 making its way right here at Dollar General, right behind me, the same one that group stocks at Ontario Town Square. This is license 5MLZ 603 7VQG 128 7LXL 361 7FGW 269 8EKY 755 certified towing 8LSL 323. That's not the certified towing license plate. I'm just naming the company. 8SSA 206. 7EGW 269. 7LXL 361. AU99 73. It's a paper plate anyway. 8STR 464. 66080 BN2. 5SRM 362. 5406 5406Y2 151TW handicap plate 8JJH 799 5FSE 884 Ontario Police number 1896 West on Holt 8F02 891 8 EOD 379, 8 TNU 441, K332NO, 7 SKZ 801. It is currently 4:59 p.m. Just want to get, this is JOB7 sitting in his car right behind me at Dollar General. Okay, engage in the same group stalking conduct he does at Ontario Town Square. 7BJR 803. 7HSL 014. 7EKT 626. 6HMA 693, substantially similar. 7ZEF 945, I believe. 8LNJ070, 055. I can't really see the rest of that plate. 8, oh, I think I read that one already. 7PAL 488, 7GWF 070, 90691D1, 6Z 90527, 8D 89564. 9G, let's see, 9G, 0D, I can't really see that one, 8LIE, 846, 7XKR, 858, 7Z, D0574, iHeart, EGGS, 87080E2, 8DV, something, 599, 9G, 02937, Bill and Wags, California 6341, 6SFV 162, 8SOL 787, 7VWT 903, 5144 5H2, 7N 83755. LFM 9117, Texas plate, 7JV 749, see? 7JVY 749, substantially similar to that. 7WCR 332, state is flying over again. 8HUM 919. AMR, group stalking with the state, that's the state directly, 7034 V2. 804, 8D4 0105, BRRA 501, I think. 8FDF 148, 67115Y2, 4679 4U1, 8LGK 372, 7VRF 356, 8EFR 506, 6YNT 526, I believe, 8AAG 852, XJEFFX 78DW 548, 99244V1, Pepe's towing. They're all monitoring. Communication devices just passing by. 7WAZ 491. States flying over. State stalking with light. State stalking directly via police. Ambulance. 28912W2. 8214 5G2. 6WMD333. 18637X2. 7JBV 965, 6ZEM 881, USPS 4316175, and 8GQX. I can't really see that one. It's too far. MVW 3858. That's Texas plate. 7ZZD 252. Yeah. 6Y FL 882 1281 H2. 8 SDA 804. 8 BCF 893. 6 JGT 705. 7G 46 971, 7WDC 23. I didn't really see that one too clearly. 8F 92664, 8 DCM 714, 5TJG 741, 8 MUB 970. 8 RQB 256. They're all on cameras at the traffic cameras. I'm sorry, they're all on the traffic cameras as well. 4 WQW 956. Ontario Police crossing path again. 1591668, number 1020. That's P.O.C. Pepe is creating light activity, crossing path with police at the same time. I understand that's concerted conduct. 26930K2, Rossman, 8CDG 641, 8, I can't really see that, 7KDK 006, 6SSV 494, 5ELK 461, 8ALS 828, 7ERS 364, 6KEN 068, 8CRH 920, 8CJN 718, 6S4 1059, 41404T2, 8ESZ 602, 6CNT 128, 7EEA 412, 8TPM 951, substantially similar to that, 5VCD 684, 7KKM, I didn't really see that whole plate, 56673C3, 7KX. I didn't get that on the trailer. 6VED 818, 5KUZ 376, 8BGX, scratch that, I didn't get that one, 5FLW 028, 9214 0H2, 7F4 8902, 5EAC 758. It's currently 5:07 p.m. Just want to get a few more. 7EKT 626. This is the state flying over. Just want to show you. The state is engaged in ongoing stalking, monitoring me in relevant position above in the sky as well. This is group stalking. This is 8NUNE Z6. 7ZOU 469, 6WSL 400, 7LLN 594, 7UJE 138, 47470P1, 7XT, I didn't really see that whole plate, 6NGX 238, 7ZO, I think I got that one already, 6WSL 400, 5WQV 924, 7VPR 813, 8NDR 283. Alrighty, it is 5:08 p.m. That is P.O.C. The intersection of Holt and Bonneview/Allen, where the state is engaged in that which it is engaged in all the time, which is stalking by aircraft, police, ambulance, light activity at this street, the state sounding its sirens at 435 South Bonneview, and light activity, stalking with its fake sun, and flying over me by plane and helicopter at that venue. There is no deviation. This is third parties that are being documented acting with that entity that is acting directly. 8DHE 448, 8DHY 262, 7UTV 481, 2MUCHOS, 63523L2, 7WHE 255, 5EQP 895, 7LYY 281, 7RKL 703, 5RXH 960. Third-party group stalker, this is why they get documented, because they are engaged in the same psychopath stalking with light and by entity that is with their presence in the path, especially while I stand still and document third-party license plates. So you have the state engaging in that by using its lights at Allen and Bonneview. You've got a third-party group stalker parked on the sidewalk here in the path, and this is concentrating in my direction, light activity, as I'm documenting what are third parties crossing path and creating activity, monitoring with the state. Right, that is P.O.C. that I just captured. I took an image of that. That's what third parties engage in. That's the routine procedure, by the way. That's stalking, and that's a psychopath stalking with light. 7EVV 643, 7PRZ 041, 8HQS 442, R63 615, 54301P2, 5VAP 664. 8SOL 936, 5JBG 184, 5P71694, 6RCJ 284, 8SPZ 457, 843 Y62, I believe. 78488J2. They rev their engine and they're in a gold pickup truck. That's a Cadillac Escalade truck, sitting at the traffic light right now at the turn signal to turn north on Allen. 8SPL 537. 27719V2. Gets in the car while I am here present to start the ignition and turn lights on. Understand that's the same stalking with light. Everything they do, when they do it, is intentional. This is HCI, California license 905493, C7, C10, C16. That's license plate 27719V1, number 156 on the back of it. DUH 639. DIF 087. Y29 PRI, that's a Florida plate. The state is amplifying the sound of the train in addition to this activity that you hear by traffic. Third parties patrolling, creating ongoing activity while they're present, and Omnitrans is in direct alignment, creating light activity. Route 61 going eastbound, and that's P.O.C. That audible activity facilitates monitoring. The entire environment is deliberately created for purposes of monitoring. The state's stalking conduct is what prefaces everything that third parties are engaged in. Omnitrans is a third party, no different, and directly engaged in P.O.C. as I've documented. 1399978. I believe that's the license plate to Omnitrans. 86001U2. Third party 4NFU160 in an alley with headlights facing the driveway as I'm walking past. This is intentional stalking with light conduct, okay? This is 6PMD162, 7V35328, 7AUK605, and he's just opening and closing doors. That's creating audible activity while they're aiming light in this direction. This is P.O.C. the same exact P.O.C. and touching with light. 4NFU160 P.O.C. at the address 736 on Holt Boulevard. That's the location where he's at in the driveway. 6YKZ058, 7UUM403, 7GJY509, 5SVG899, 8JNL783. AJF782, 4MGC808, 5:15 p.m. 8NKX944. I can't really see that one all that well. It is currently 5:15 p.m. and the state is patrolling by helicopter right in front in the distance. 5 DBA 529, 8 KFW 958, 6 TRA 845. Lights aimed on to me via Church's drive-through, 8A18501. This is group stalking. And that obsession with light and touching with light and aiming with light, that is POC. Regardless of the way, the method by which you engage in that stalking and molestation and criminal facilitation, that's license 8PMG841 at the Church's drive-thru. presence is intentional, light activity is intentional as stalking with the fake sun. Every person is present intentionally. It's not a coincidence. 7YLU227. This is how the public entity is able to do so. And also, the state is engaging in creating more lights so that they can do so. That's what Holt documentation shows with the police on Holt. 8BQJ009. 7VPR220. Sorry, 7VPB220. All right, and further incriminating third parties is a helicopter flying over my head right now, right here. Over, like I said a couple seconds ago, was patrolling in front of me as I was on Holt, and it is down here flying directly over where I'm at Church's Chicken. Okay, who is monitoring with that entity that's stalking? 6FLS969, 8CSJ455, 7GWE102, 7HNA340. 4PCQ2005. Can't really say that one that well. 7LED744. 7NMP646. It is currently, let me show you this. This is how they engage in aiming light. And this is how they're doing it. This is why this third party is documented. This isn't a coincidence. This is P.O.C. All right, that's why they get documented. They are sex offenders engaging in monitoring. The helicopter just flew over. That's the absence of coincidence, okay? That's called P.O.C. And that is an enhanced light, by the way. The state aiming light onto all the surfaces and molesting your person. They are sex offenders. I'm showing you how they do it by communication, monitoring with communication devices. 5KEG715. 5UYL655. 7HPY208. 6GRJ178, 5WBL028, 8BIR516, 7CDB078, 8TTJ478, 7V35994, 481, M52, it's a Nevada plate, 7FAR230, 6KEM272, 7YXV677, 7EAV681, 8B73641, 2515722, 7W10081, 8NCM176, 1766, 8A2, 76080Z1, 6WSM258, 8TRX593, It is currently 5:20 p.m. I'm at Malcolm and Holt. I'm walking west on Holt Boulevard, passing Malcolm. 7GKP062. That creation of noise occurs as I stop to note that license plate. This third-party group stalker, lights aimed toward the driveway as I cross the street. 7T2-377. 7T2-7377. And let me show you also. They turn off their lights as I turn to notice him, which is still light activity. And they're still in relevant position. And this is also what you heard, the noise that occurs as I stop to document that license plate driving past me as I'm approaching Malcolm, what you just heard me say. And I just want you to see this third party parked on the wrong side of the street, facing the wrong direction, aiming light and turning it off as I notice him. This is a third party group stalker that arrives pursuant to P.O.C. as I use my communication device, 4WJM540. as I use my communication device to take a picture specifically. It's 5:22 p.m. 7 BVT 851. And what's so funny is this third party, that license plate I just read, third parties are aware that they're being documented, turning on their turn signal at the moment that I read their license plate, and they're driving straight, not sitting at the red light, okay? That's the creation of light activity, and it is ongoing knowledge, KCE 187, that they're being documented in real time. It is P.O.C. They are group stalkers. It is one entity of psychopaths monitoring 8NMH400. Starts the car, turns signal on while he's parked as I walk past. That's light activity. That's stalking with light. (61709A2) 8BQJ009. 1359-1W2. Let's get these stalkers that are going to turn down the street. This is Melrose. (7XRF). I can't really see that whole plate. (5NR). I can't really see that one. Let's see. That's a paper plate. Can't see that one. Here we go. Touching as he's turning. 456. 1816 makes a U-turn at Melrose and molests with light in doing so. P.O.C. Third-party group stalker creating light activity by slowly reversing into a parking space. P.O.C. at Wendy's. They're in relevant position. This is called lining the path. License EDDIE85. Third-party group stalker as I walk toward Wendy's, pulls out, already sitting in their car, ready to create activity. Headlights aimed on me as they drive out. 7GIA798. Third party sitting in their car. 8TNU441. They're cockroaches just creeping around. 5JUY476. While this other one is molesting with light. 6W01699. 7E84972. P.O.C. And the one that I recited sitting at Wendy's is molesting with light, touching all over my person, criminal facilitation of that molestation, and criminal facilitation of monitoring. They're all touching together. All right? It is literally an ongoing orgy of your person that you do not consent to for a criminal purpose of monitoring on behalf and in concert with that public entity that is the state of California. This is documentation of psychopath sex offenders, and no exaggeration. I don't have to exaggerate. Everything I say is happening is exactly what I'm documenting, and it is a pattern. Not just happening on some days, it is the P.O.C. let me show you what stalking with light is again. Right here at Pleasant, you have the ongoing pattern of lining the path, creating light activity using their hazards right here at Pleasant. That's light activity. That is P.O.C. Who's monitoring with them? 8MQM 933, 6XWY 533, NFIYOA 7C 8754, substantially similar. URA 2153, I think that's an out-of-state plate. 8MTK 170. And you've got one that's waiting to touch, 62379P1, turning down Pleasant. All right. They're all monitoring together this ongoing occurrence as I cross any Broadway. Let's go ahead. 7LWN. Oh, different plate on the front and back of that third party's vehicle. That's not a coincidence. That's P.O.C. engaging in what is malicious conduct, aware that they're being documented. 2 different license plates on that Cherokee Jeep. Driving east on Hope Boulevard at Sultana and Pleasant. XPJ192 is monitoring with them, okay? In relevant position as that third-party group stalker is escaping absolutely nothing. Let's see, let's get 71244 B3 21175C2 01374, and I can't really see that one that clearly. 6DKA 867 03124T2 8CBC 753 1436 0V1 7GP 563, I believe. 8TER 310 7, oh, I can't see that one. 5ENW 284 7HSN 005 8BRDV 082 or 8V2. You can scratch that. I don't think I got that one right. 8S 8T815. It is currently 5:29 p.m. KRE 797 5W 56125 6NEN 606, again Ontario Police crossing path driving west on Hope Boulevard right now at Sultana, approaching Plum cameras while the state is flying directly over by helicopter. I'll go ahead and get a picture of that for you because they are all monitoring together. This is the absence of coincidence. And it's P.O.C. 4 EAP 440, 8 SQD 605, honking their horn as I'm touching my leg, right? Hands in my pocket, cannot see it, abiding by the same pattern of conduct of creating audible activity as they engage in any change or movement. That's P.O.C. That's the demonic feature of this entire system. Again, that's helicopter flying over while they are all in relevant position and as a group molesting with light. It's currently 5:30 p.m. Monitoring with the state. 6N99496. 6U42926. I didn't really get that one. JLX3472 Texas 19904P1 8HYG955 8RZE749 8PCH703 8 02298E2, 61284R2, 8HLN 807, 8HQS 381, 8PVA 007, 8TBP 931, making a U-turn in the middle of the street, 7AV0, 4WSR 091, 8GQY 611. Those are the psychopaths. All of them are psychopaths, including the psychopath that's stalking in the helicopter. They are one entity. 8DID 683. And again, while they're all sitting at the light, that's audible activity that another third party is creating while they are just in alignment. That's what's called being stationary in the path. It's called being in alignment. Being in movement is called crossing a path. As one group, which third parties are, they're patrolling. 7JAR 309, 7ZDY 499, creating light activity with a turn signal as they're driving straight. 4833 6T1, 6MQW 384. 5XMN 424, 8HQK 837. Let's see. 7RKN 418, 8M81371, MDEL BA. Omnitrans monitoring with third parties as they molest with light. Omnitrans engage in that molestation and monitoring. 8GWC 282. 7VIJ 722. 8NXB 031. 6WYU 371. I'm sorry, 4ZXB 331. In case I didn't read that one already. 8SKD 366. And this is 7ADS 707. And third-party group stalkers are creeping on the back street back here as well, and the state is surrounding by aircraft. Light activity on the buildings, flickering light on the building in front of me. It's all intentional light activity. 8SKD 366, 5YKU 094, 8FXV 253, 884 55P2, 8LSW 482, 608 9 I can't see that last one. 7KZJ 524, 5MWU 330, 7UHT 578, 7WXP 788, 7MMX 137, 7MAN 758, 5PTD 239, 7PLD 112, UNITY Heart 3, 7GIX 796, 6YYD 731, 8RLX 061, 8936, S52, I believe. And it is currently 5:35 p.m. 95474V2, 7C67297. SPC 696, 8MCY 396, 7KTS 978, 8PAN 257, 8TCW 906, 7DLE 307, 8LCR, I can't get the rest of that one, 8HCY 703, 6YCR, I can't see that one, 8B9833, 8BEY 723, 7WSR 397, 6XDT 419, 3594 LI, I believe. I think I read that one. 94547V2, 76. Oh, I can't see that one. AV51E60, a paper plate and no plate on that Yaris, 28736V2, and that's traffic coming from Sultana. And so while they're back there in that line, and Omnitrans is also monitoring, and I'm referencing its security cameras, substantial light activity, bright light coming out of nowhere right along in front of me as I'm standing at the corner of Holt and Sultana. That's monitoring conduct. This is all intentional. These incredible occurrences, while they are present, is P.O.C. for monitoring with communication devices. 7CSJ848. All right, and 7LKY512. 8CXA112. 5XTT986. 6YCB083. 6YWG135. 5NBW991. 7UWX053. 8TQH. I didn't get the rest of that one. Omnitrans 61 eastbound monitoring 1545797. Number 2341. POC 6UUP 638. 7ROL433. 7DGM 373. 8V57258. 8BCV260. I'm sorry, 620. 7GBJ262. 8KZF478. BJ3NZ3, I believe that's a paper plate. And this is 81140G1. 25649K2. FedEx 14632C2. 7DGM, I think I read that one already. 7KALO45. 90435N1. 7EJA198. 8POK 693. 6KHL 716. 3VC J709. 5XHJ 389. That's audible activity. The ice cream man sitting at the intersection starts playing its music. 8LDD 808. 7RPE 523. 5KLK 355. BHA 664. That's an out-of-state plane. 8S16 269. 8HBW 408. 8CWX 809. Spectrum is also monitoring. 7THE 803. 8RQA 731. 6TDG 565, I believe. And 7NHM 930. State is flying directly over at Sultana, where I'm standing. 5:39 p.m. 5D 58286. 7339 3A3. 5XAM 642. It is currently 5:40 p.m. For JDV150. BTGJ348. BNKK131. 8JNN249. 7PBE158. 7P48492. 6WDJ751. 8UJY892. I'll let this third party go. You going? 8BTK370. 6WMZ668. And 5ZTZ909. I'm now crossing at Sultan and Holt. That's where I remain standing, documenting all those third parties patrolling. Where again the state continuously flying over and patrolling via helicopter, and again the targeted conduct of the state is indicative of what third parties are doing in concert with it. The state is remaining present in relevant position via aircraft, and they all remain present as one group with light, molesting together. That is continuously touching over and over again for purposes of monitoring on behalf of this entity that's stalking by plane, and again flying over where I am at, flying directly at the Dollar General, flying in alignment to me, and while I'm at Sultana, flying directly over that corner, flying over by helicopter at campus, flying by helicopter repeatedly while I'm at that venue. It's P.O.C. and this is group stalking. You have another third party that's creating light activity while one is pulling out and turns on his headlights as he faces the drive-through. 3VGJ709 turns on the headlights as he exits the drive-through. That's light activity under my person. 19627H1, and they were literally, understand the timing of their activity. They're waiting for me to come, and they engage in creating that activity. That's group stalking. Present with the criminal motive to monitor. Not coincidentally facilitating a public entity's ability to monitor you while it is stalking, which is the hallmark for being monitored with communication devices. It's 5:42 p.m. and that is P.O.C. 5:54 p.m. the state flying over again by helicopter. I'm standing here at B&G Plaza, which is not closed, contrary to what Google says. And I'm going to take a picture of that. And I'm also going to get video right now. This is license plate 689E22. That looks like a Nevada plate. 5MZU055, 8GIT471, 8V72051. Like I just stated in my video, as I captured the helicopter flying directly over my head as I'm walking at Andy's Burgers in front of the on the sidewalk at B&G Plaza. B&G Plaza is not closed, contrary to what Google shows on the Google Maps. When you look up B&G Plaza, what I'm referencing, 8MML843, it is very much open. I am here. The state is stalking every single day by plane and helicopter, as I just showed again, and stalking with its fake sun. I literally have the state's fake sun over B&G Plaza as early as 7 in the morning and as late as 5, 6, 7 o'clock in the evening. 8XB8485 is a Washington plate. 6WYT903, reference my documentation because it's already published. 8RFY966, 7BCE789. And that's the state flying over my head as I walk around the drive-thru to get these license. 7BCE789. So understand what that is. That is audible activity while they are present in relevant position. They are called being in alignment. They are stationary as I am moving. Eddie, EDDIE85. This is 7ATB554. Understand what that is. While they are in alignment to me inside of the drive-thru, which is nothing more than a method of presence, okay? That is presence in relevant position, creating light activity while the state is creating audible activity. Third parties are creating audible activity as they are patrolling as one group, meaning repeatedly crossing path over and over again as they drive past in their cars. 7NRM521, headlights turn off as I start reciting its license plate. That's light activity, and that was also stalking with light as I walked down the sidewalk, and the state is flying over my head. They're sitting in that parking lot with their headlights on, and as I recite the license plate, the light turns off, which is also light activity. They're monitoring with the state. 8EBK 837, BTJA 450. And that venue, this is Enrique's Income Tax at 230 Hope Boulevard. Walking out at the same time I'm reciting that license plate, that's getting in position, that's creation of audible activity using the doors to close the doors. Their presence, their creation of any activity, and the creation of any light activity is entirely deliberate, and that's what the pattern of conduct reveals. You are not having a series of coincidences over and over and over again. And it is certainly that which is in conformity to the state's pattern of conduct. They're engaged in an identical behavior pattern of creating activity, of stalking with light, and of maintaining group presence. Five 5:49 p.m. This is 8DCW 052, and this is 5 SET 905. Crossing path on Plum, where the state was aiming light in many directions, and that's why I showed you the video of the multiple shadows. All right, they're stalking with light now. This is what third parties are doing, using their vehicles chiefly. All right, it's P.O.C. Seven RRZ 333. It's 5:50 p.m. I'm walking north on Plum. So that is a creation of audible activity. Third-party group stalker using its vehicle as third parties approach with light at the intersection. That's group conduct, that's criminal cooperation, creating audible activity and light activity. M515D0, 7VX1590, I believe, BCSZ 698. Make sure I read this one correctly. Yeah, M515D0. All right, so the sounding of that car alarm, simultaneous with their presence at the intersection, 8SSN 264. And then that's the state that creates activity using the sound of a train. And I showed you yesterday in my documentation how the state literally is tantamount to literally playing a tape of the sound of planes, playing a tape of the sound of a helicopter, playing the tape of the sound of a train. When the state is engaging in flying over at even the same elevation or even higher, there is no amplification of plane activity. The state is creating that noise as it's flying over in relevant position because it is creating monitoring activity at that moment. But you also have it where third parties are creating activity and the state is just flying over and there's no audible plane activity. That's the state literally engaging in that. It's nothing more than them playing the sound while they're flying over. 7TDH 682. Just sitting in their car. The moment I read their license plate, they take it out of park, light activity, and they drive off. Also sitting in their car, group stalking, stalking with light. 8ETX 052. 8HKG 886. So I want to show you something else. It's 5:52. That's nothing more than audible activity that the state is creating while third parties are stalking on B Street, using their cars, sitting around in their cars and driving past in their cars, and the state is flying over as well. These are psychopaths. They are very much psychopaths. Let me give you a picture of the state flying over the Ontario Town Square apartment homes where I'm standing. All right. Very targeted conduct. The state stalking conduct is already established. And I wanted to take a picture of what is this very dark parking lot. And like I referenced earlier today, what the state engaged in as I left this parking lot, these street lamps, all of them coming on as I walk past them, and the state aiming light in multiple directions, creating shadows all around, my shadow all around as I'm walking. And this is not only monitoring, it's the state's own demonic and psychopath criminal pattern of conduct for monitoring communication devices, but it is also a direct representation of its hostility, which is reasonably construed as a threat when you're documenting the government engaging in monitoring you through third parties who I continue to document. And this is hostility to my documentation of all of those group stalkers represented by license plates. And that's what the state was doing, literally as I'm walking past, the street lamps coming on, the parking lot lights coming on, and multiple shadows on the ground. And I have already established my credibility. I've shown you video of that conduct, which is not coming or occurring by the sun. That's stalking with light. And why do you stalk with light? Why do you follow with light? Why do you remain where the target individual is with light? Because you're monitoring with communication devices. Light is key to that criminal system. And that's what I'm documenting third parties engaged in. They are the same entity engaging in that same pattern of conduct that is very, very demented. Very demented. And I can show you better than I can tell you. And that's what I continue to do. It's 5:54 p.m. and I'm sitting at the bench of where the senior center is in front of me, where the state was aiming its fake sign over the corner of the building this morning, while the city of Ontario, group stalker, sitting in their car, aware of my presence and its intentional presence, and they are representing the state that is monitoring, while the incredible event of a fake sun piercing over the edge of that building after I just captured it over the B&G Plaza. Those are mutually exclusive locations. If the sun was literally over B&G Plaza, minutes later I would not be able to capture it at the edge of the senior center building directly over me. Not only that, as I walk around the corner to approach Lemon, the turn circle, to sit at the sitting area across from the Ontario Town Square next to the library, facing Lemon, I would not, you also are not going to have, if the sun was over B&G Plaza, what is a shaded area and my shadow appearing and in just a small little manifestation of light, which I showed, which was moments later just as I turned the corner. Even with the state's fake sun piercing over the edge of the senior center building, that is not going to occur. I showed you the picture of what was behind. It was all shaded, and that is by design. This is that which is a seating area. It's a plaza for the people. That's why they put a whole bunch of trees, and this is that which is designed to be shaded. The state is literally stalking and breaking through with its light like a stalker, wanting to be where I'm at, wanting to touch, wanting to remain, okay? Literally a psychopath that is stalking, physically stalking by entity, stalking with light, all right, and stalking with activity, keeping the target individual surrounded at all times, which I also demonstrated today, just letting you hear what the state is engaged in on a continuous basis. Third parties and state together engaged in an ongoing criminal participation of keeping activity ongoing in any and every method. And you literally, I literally documented what was the state using sirens, amplifying the sound of the train, using planes flying directly over my head and amplifying that sound. So understand that's the state flying over and playing the tape of a loud plane engine, okay? Because when the state wants to be quiet and fly over, it flies directly over and you don't hear anything. The state is creating that activity for the purpose of monitoring. The state is always stalking directly and vicariously. The state creates audible activity when it is creating activity for purposes of massive monitoring, all right? And the state and third parties engage in that consistently while they are all listening and literally sitting around and watching while trying to appear normal while doing so. All they are doing is monitoring. It is an entire monitoring system, and like I stated, the entire environment, that which is unfathomable, it is unfathomable, but this is the P.O.C. The entire environment around the target individual is intentionally and deliberately designed. Everything that you hear, everything that you are looking at, and everything that is around is deliberate for purposes of monitoring with communication devices. It is not coincidentally happening, and in the same way, third parties are maintaining presence, and you're seeing that through traffic. They are not just driving down the street, they are present, aware of every word that I'm uttering, aware that I'm reading their license plates, meaning they are literally listening to me, and I'm speaking based on this as demonstrated by their conduct, which is occurring with simultaneity to everything that I do, including as I speak, as I make any move which is not audible to the human ear, which you cannot see with my with your eyes, with my hands in my pocket, and I suddenly move my finger, and a third party is creating activity with simultaneity to that, that's not a random thing. That's the pattern of conduct. Understand that. That is the demented P.O.C. for monitoring. That's how you monitor, keeping surrounded with sound, with light, and remaining in the path. That's how you monitor with communication devices. It is also demonic activity, and it is also that which is the P.O.C. It is routine, and that's what I continue to document. So you've got a third-party group stalker that's just walking by right now, and they are a third-party group stalker because the state of California is operating a criminal monitoring system. The state is stalking directly by planes, helicopter, police, fire, and ambulance, okay? The state is present vicariously through every single person in your path. And not only that, okay, under the legal analysis, that is federal prosecution, period. Okay, you're talking about prosecuting the state, and every third party that facilitates that by being in the path whereby the state is capable of monitoring you is prosecuted, period. Okay, that's how, and those are the repercussions of a government monitoring an American citizen. It is entirely threatening, and the physical safety, the very life and overall well-being of the targeted individual supersedes any and all legally irrelevant claim of I'm just walking to the Ontario town square. In addition to that, a legal irrelevance of just happening to walk by while the state is operating a monitoring system, which is already established, the state's pattern of conduct. I have also demonstrated and shown how third parties are not only third parties are not only, present vicariously on behalf of this entity. It is deliberate and intentional and malicious presence, activity creation, and light creation. It is not a coincidence that they are engaging in what is demented conduct, because it is that which is occurring cyclically in conformity to the state's pattern of conduct, not coincidentally occurring with simultaneity to what I am doing, following what I am doing at all times. That's a pattern of conduct, and it is entirely malicious. In addition to that, you have the state engaging in what is criminal obstruction of justice, seeking to silence, seeking to oppress the targeted individual that is in any way seeking to expose, report, and or prosecute the public entity. This is what the fictitious prosecution MWV 2000640 is all about. A literal fake case naming a fake DA that does not exist, engaging in kidnapping upon false charges, keeping me in a state facilitating venue where I'm being monitored in the jails. That is a state facilitating venue where they're monitoring inside of the jail this same demented psychopath conduct. They're engaging in it in the jail, wearing the deputy uniforms, wearing the nurses' uniforms, okay? The medical workers, all of them engaging in criminal monitoring while the state is directing light inside of any area that it can creep light into. The deputies engaging in creating light activity, using their flashlights, aiming light all over the place, aiming light into my cell and onto my person, the same molestation, violation of the person, the same criminal harassment and threatening conduct, this unfounded hostility as I am documenting them on their facility cameras while I'm kidnapped. These are all aspects of the state's pattern of conduct that is further demonstrating what is the existence of a criminal system. It is a series of incredible events that are occurring on a day-to-day basis. The state's ongoing stalking with light, as I demonstrated yet again today, and that's just one example. 24 hours ago at 435 South Bonneview, the state's fake sun directly over me at that venue as early as 10:28 in the morning. I captured it again at 1:38 p.m. I just so happened to go ahead and take a picture of what is the state's fake sun directly over me at Ontario Town Square at 1:40 p.m. Okay, that's 24 hours later, 24 hours and 2 minutes later. It is the same, and what you have is the state's fake sun directly above me, and those are two distinct and mutually exclusive locations of a low hanging, hovering light source, first of all, where the state is also aiming light that is directly over me as I'm at that venue, while the state is engaged in that same conduct of targeting its conduct of flying directly over me by plane and helicopter and sounding its sirens, which are amplified and occurring with simultaneity to my every movement, my operation of a communication device, while third parties also happen to be in the path. That is monitoring with communication devices in violation of 18 U.S.C. Section 42A. That is existing federal law. And also that which I advocate and which I have already designed for purposes of prosecuting a public entity, because it is not addressed under federal legislation, and that is not a coincidence because it's the government that's engaged in stalking and monitoring an American citizen. Stalking because it's monitoring, and in order to monitor, you have to be present all the time. The state is present directly, the state is present vicariously through every third party who is in your path, and that's exactly what I'm documenting. In addition to that, I am exposing their pattern of conduct and the ways in which they're engaging in what is a malicious system of monitoring. And there is no legal excuse whereby you are in any way escaping federal prosecution for what is not only monitoring with communication devices, it is sexual violence of the person. And this is routine. This is inherent to the state's pattern of conduct. The state is every third-party actor, by the way. The third parties that are acting criminally with the state are literally in the position of the government. That is the government that is stalking you, sitting in their cars, aiming their light on you, surrounding you everywhere that you are, including inside of any quote-unquote private residence and public place. They are monitoring together. They are touching and molesting your person together. So you need to get that picture in your head, because that's exactly what they're doing as they're engaging in the criminal elements of monitoring together, molesting your person with the fake sun, molesting your person with their headlights, molesting your person with any form of light activity that the state creates at the same time that they happen to be crossing paths. They're engaging in criminal monitoring together, and those incredible events are not coincidences. That is sexual violence. It is literally physically touching and molesting the person, and there you can picture it, then placing their hands, their body all over you in what is tantamount to a literal group, humongous group, the people of California and the government, molesting your person, your physical body, with its instruments of criminal activity. While it is not consented to, you did not in any way invite anyone to come and touch your person, and it's serving their criminal purposes. And not only that, it is that which is incessant. It is ceaseless, it is continuous, and it is while they are aware that you're documenting their criminal conduct. And this is the criminal activity of no ordinary stalker. It is the criminal activity of a government acting through every single person, in addition, that surrounds you, whether you know their name or you do not know their name. All right, this is ceaseless criminal conduct of monitoring with communication devices, and I am showing how it is the ongoing sexual violation, and that's just the physical touching, monitoring you inside of any private space, while they are listening and with simultaneity aware that your genitalia is exposed, aware of what you're doing inside of the bathroom. All right, this is not me being perverted. This is me showing you what that perverted entity, what that demented entity is engaged in. And it's supposed to be a secret, because they're engaged in what is a criminal system operated by the government, which the people of the state of California are supposed to be absolute strangers, and you're supposed to be paranoid and just imagining that people are engaging and following you everywhere that you're going and monitoring you with communication devices. The elements of monitoring are what control, and that everything that I'm pointing out with regard to the P.O.C. is that which is how you monitor an American citizen. The state's stalking conduct is what prefaces what third parties are engaged in, and it is an identical behavioral pattern that is inherently sexually violent. All right, so being a group stalker is not just engaging in what is stalking, demented psychopath level stalking, okay, and stalking in all manners. Stalking by entity, that is stalking physically, being in the path, diligently acting to keep that target individual surrounded, and also stalking with light, that is physically touching in any manner for purposes of monitoring with communication devices, while they're also engaging in creating any manner of noise all around you. These are demented psychopaths. Clanging, throwing, sounding the sound of planes and helicopters and sirens, sounding screaming, making any kind of noise that is occurring with simultaneity. This is how you monitor. That's how you monitor with communication devices. Group stalkers, the state of California is a sex offender, and group stalking and monitoring is an exceedingly violent sexual offense. And that's what documentation establishes. It's 6:07 p.m. And that is the P.O.C. It is currently 7:47 p.m. But take this picture of what the state is engaged in, ongoing stalking, as I've already established. This is P.O.C. Ooh, let's get that. A screenshot, the state trying to stop me from recording while it is flying over. That is 7:47 p.m. and that is P.O.C. And I'll still go ahead and take the picture of that. That is the stalker engaged in criminal obstruction of justice. All right, aware that it's being documented and seeking to conceal that by providing what is additional documentation of its stalking conduct. So I just took a screenshot of the I took a screenshot of the pop-up that appears recording failed, and this is P.O.C. as well. This is the same thing that I've already referenced, especially when I attempt to take video of the police, Ontario police, engaged in P.O.C. And this pop-up appears that and the state flying over by helicopter. There is absolutely nothing wrong with my video functioning. As you see, I record video all the time. And right now, as I started operating my phone, the state engaging in that same stalking conduct, and you can hear the plane flying over. That was the state engaging in criminal obstruction, and so I did take a screenshot of that. I want to see. Yeah, you can see the images that I captured of the state flying over, and also the screenshot of the warning recording failed. That's the state engaged in. That is monitoring, by the way. Okay, my point, and starting right now, that is my point. P.O.C. is ceaseless, and the entity that is actually a perfect point to begin with. The entity that I'm documenting is a psychopath, okay, a stalker, and it is in the form of not your average stalker. It is the state of California. It is a public entity that's operating a monitoring system. This is why it is engaged in stalking in an unprecedented manner, and that is through the people of that state that are intentionally maintaining presence in the path, engaged in cooperative criminal effort to maintain that presence and to maintain what is activity. That is just a term of art for what is any kind of noise, anything that you can hear, see, and this is also that which the state creates, which is sensational activity, and the state is engaging in that by, for example, using the sound of a train combined with vibration of the ground, engaging in sensational activity. The state also engages in literally just playing I've called it like playing a tape. The state is just literally providing amplified sound in the environment of the sound of a train, of the sound of a plane, of the sound of a helicopter, as it is present vicariously through all the third parties who surround, but also by aircraft. And doing that for the criminal purpose of monitoring. And what I was going to speak upon right now as I'm starting this podcast is pursuant to what was just demonstrated again, the public entity aware of everything that I am documenting and speaking to and exposing about its criminal system. And this is why it engages in that which is blatant monitoring conduct. That's what that is. Which is legally, that is described as criminal obstruction of justice. Okay, that is one criminal method of obstruction of justice, seeking to preclude or prevent, or in other words, obstruct the targeted individual's ability to publish, to document, in other words, prosecute, enforce their rights, report, expose, however you want to describe that, criminal activity by a public entity that's monitoring them in violation of their constitutional and human rights. And pursuant to that, what I want to speak to specifically what the state engaged in, which is entirely futile, but it speaks to the character of the entity that I'm documenting. And that is direct awareness in real time of what I'm gathering with regard to what is direct evidence of its criminal system, and I'm publishing it on the World Wide Web. And so specifically with regard to that piece of documentation regarding the state's fake sun hovering and remaining over 435 South Bonneview from after 10 a.m. to well after into the afternoon, that is remaining literally over the ground. That's a small little venue, fenced right beside a railroad track on the back end of it, and in the front it is not very large at all, and the state's fake sun is literally over that piece of property remaining for hours. And I was diligent enough to document that and publish that, and even include the timestamp. And that is not isolated documentation. It is to be compared with what the state is focusing on, that one venue, but this is cumulative documentation to be compared with every other venue that the state is engaged in that same exact conduct of centering its light source directly above me, remaining with its light source directly above, and engaging in all manner of light activity onto all the surfaces around. inside and outside of the venue, literally following with its light activity as I move around at any venue, at inside or outside, as I've shown. And today, specifically at 1:40 p.m., when I captured the state's fake sun over Ontario Town Square, which is entirely distinct and impossible to coexist with being directly over me at 24 hours prior, as I documented at 435 South Bonneview. The reason why I'm bringing this up is because what the state engaged in today was via Ontario police officers Taylor and Guerrero engaging in quote-unquote finding me at Ontario Town Square under all the same facts, understanding if everything they're saying is not only audible activity, you're listening to P.O.C. This is the psychopath that's just monitoring while it's listening to me document its criminal activity. It's a psychopath. So anyway, while they find me at Ontario Town Square in the midst of publishing onto Facebook in real time, while I am doing this, speaking to what is impossible light activity, stalking with light, the first criminal element of monitoring with communication devices, and that which is also indicative and revealing of demented psychopath conduct, an unprecedented and unheard of method of stalking because it is monitoring, and it's the government that's monitoring with communication devices. And so at 1:40 p.m. when I'm publishing this, you have Ontario Police A. Taylor and Guerrero who are monitoring me, and they are monitoring with the audible activity of, go down to Mercy House, the venue that I happen to be publishing criminal evidence against. Not any different from every other venue and every other third party, but this particular venue is the same venue that they're speaking of. Go down to Mercy House, and I've got it all taken care of. You can get a room. You don't need I handled it. I signed off. The whole ID issue, it's not an issue. Go down as soon as you can. And this is the absence of coincidence. So the significance of this, besides the fact that I'm being monitored through that quote unquote good news, through that quote unquote assistance that the police is providing under the state's fake sun that is present in a place mutually exclusive to where I captured it 24 hours prior, which is squarely above the property at 435 South Bonneview at 1:38 p.m. This is information designed, understand, to get me to, or to inspire me to hopefully result in my going to 435 South Bonneview, where the state's fake sun of course, is following, but this is an attempt, and it is futile because, again, the state is focusing on one venue. Not only is today not probative, I've already established that this is not the fake sun. The state's fake sun has been over Mercy House in conflict with every other venue as well, okay? It is... but today they're focusing on what I demonstrated directly. 1:38 p.m. directly over me at Mercy House. But it is also remaining over that venue for hours, okay? In other words, so just look at January 12, 2021. That's just one example. That is cumulative evidence to be compared with every other place. For example, you cannot be, the actual sun, in other words, is not directly over apartment number 51 at Woodside Senior Apartments, and also directly over, for example, Stater Brothers at 646 West Holt, directly above me at the entrance, or directly over Mercy House at 435 South Bonneview, squarely above. This is the time frame where the state's fake sun is remaining over this venue, or for that matter, directly over Ontario Town Square, while you're also documented presence, published evidence, squarely above apartment 51, where I happen to be, where that state's fake sun, while I was at that venue, remained over that apartment building all day long, literally rising over that venue, and I put that in quotation marks because it's not the sun, remaining in the morning, remaining over that building the entire day, and even quote unquote setting on Vine Avenue, okay? That is remaining over that venue all day long, remaining over the apartment all day long, while the state is engaging in directing light into that venue. Impossible light activity is what I have termed it, because while you are aiming, the state's, I'm sorry, let's not even refer to the state's fake sun. While the sun is over a building construction, it is going to aim light in a downward trajectory, okay? It's directly above the building, and assuming that this is the sun, it's directly above the building, okay? So the construction itself, that is light that is aiming downward onto the building. Inside of the venue, I am showing how light is aimed onto the ceiling, behind the front door, aiming through the windows as I use my wrist to open the door, and I'm showing how light is being aimed through the sides of the window. Light is being aimed through the top portion of the window. The shadows of the lamp inside of that apartment building, an upward trajectory of that shadow, showing that light is being aimed upward inside of that window. Light is being directed in all manner and all directions inside of that apartment. And that impossible light activity coexisting with the state's fake sun, which is directly above the apartment. A sun being directly above is not going to result in that light activity, first of all. And this is that which also coexists with the state's fake sun being directly over Ontario Town Square and the light activity that engages there. That's supposed to also coexist with the state's fake sun being directly and remaining over 435 South Bonneview at that property. At the same time, this is mutually exclusive documentation, evidence of a state engaging in stalking with light, and that is because it is monitoring with communication devices. And so today you have Ontario Police engaging in what is seeking to give me news whereby I will go to this venue. This is the intention, because it is not a coincidence that they're talking about Mercy House, that I happen to be publishing incriminating evidence of for monitoring me while I'm at that venue, which is why the state's fake sun is directly over and remaining at that venue, while also the state is directing impossible light activity inside of that venue, which I have also published. This is the state's futile effort as I go to that venue, and the state is also engaging in what is still evidence that is impossible to exist naturally. That is not the sun that is literally following, remaining, aiming light onto my person, onto my face, as I am walking on south on Bonneview, as I documented in real time on my podcast this afternoon while I was walking to the venue. And as you may notice, you should pay very close attention, because these are the details that are very relevant with regard to what the state is doing with its light activity and literally stalking, and the ways in which you are able to identify this. The state's fake sun is captured as I'm outside of the venue. I intentionally capture this as I walk inside of the gates of the venue at 435 South Bonneview, and I capture another picture as I'm preparing to walk inside of the door. I capture a picture of the state's light aiming onto my person, my shadow seen right on the wall beside the front door. Understand that my position at Washington and Bonneview, outside of the gates of that venue, and I'm capturing the state's fake sun, quote unquote, in the distance, still aiming light onto the same location. Okay, as I walk inside of the venue and I capture the state's fake sun, it has migrated as I'm capturing it through the trees, aiming light onto the wall beside me at the front door. Those are not the same positions. The state is necessarily moving its fake sun object in order to aim that light, in order to be in position for me to capture it at that position at the front door. Understand that. That is also understanding how the state is literally stalking with light and a fake sun. The bigger picture is that the state's focusing on one particular venue, 435 South Bonneview, which is one venue in addition to every other venue where this light activity, this light object that is not the sun, is not capable of existing in all the places that I have captured it. This is the significance of documentation. And this is also the small-mindedness, the futility of the criminal conduct of this entity that is aware that it is being documented. And this is also why you have pop-ups when I seek to take video of the state engaging in what I've already established, that it's stalking by aircraft. This is also which is audibly captured in my podcast. You can hear the plane flying over, and I am taking video of it, and the state is engaging in criminal obstruction of justice, tampering with the device. That's what monitoring is, by the way. And so I take a screenshot of that, which is also evidence of what it is doing, monitoring via communication devices. That is P.O.C, and that is the significance of my going to Mercy House. It is not in any way helpful to that venue. They entirely engaged in ongoing criminal monitoring through the disingenuous conversation about their shelter programs, whereby I have to be, quote unquote, willing to go into a shelter surrounded by third-party group stalkers and go and seeking employment as though I am in any way unwilling or unable to do so. This is entirely a situation that is reasonably foreseeable to result from a government monitoring you, and that which is no result from any poor irresponsible choices professionally and or personally in my life. So I'm engaged in documenting an unprecedented criminal system of monitoring and group stalking by the state of California, and going back to Mercy House, where the state engaged in still stalking and remaining present, aiming light onto the venue at 435 South Bonneview, where you were just captured at 1:38 p.m. directly over Ontario Town Square, where the sun is moving from rising in the east and setting in the west. So it's supposed to be moving westward, but it is necessarily, understand, south, in a position south, to be aiming light directly onto me at the door of 435 South Bonneview, aiming light onto my face as I'm walking south on Bonneview. This is that which is asinine, and that's why I keep using that word, because it is asininity of an epic proportion, okay? It is the entity that's aware that it's being documented, and ongoing criminal activity, which is just additional evidence against and incriminating every single third party that is acting with it, engaged in an entirely defeated effort. The state's P.O.C. is already established, and the state is stalking with light. And that is highly demented and unheard of act, and it is unheard of because it is a psychopath that's engaging in this criminal conduct. And the P.O.C. is designed to falsely depict the targeted individual who is being stalked in this unprecedented, demented manner. The targeted entity is supposed to be painting that targeted individual as being a paranoid schizophrenic. All right. This is an entirely malicious system, and that is the significance of what all of that occurred at Mercy House while P.O.C. is underway. P.O.C. happening via that conduct, talking about a disingenuous effort to help with shelter and housing while they're monitoring me, placing me into any shelter or at any third-party facilitating venue like a hotel or motel where I have already been and thoroughly documented P.O.C. at each and every venue. Recall my documentation at Mayfair and Economy Inn, where also the state's fake sun remained over those venues, aiming light morning, afternoon, and night. Okay, this is documentation that exists in its totality. Also mutually exclusive to being directly over 435 South Bonneview from after 10 a.m. in the morning till after 1, 2, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and also being over Ontario Town Square. The state is engaging in that which is very small-minded, focusing on one venue. The documentation and the facts exist in its entirety together. You are not isolating facts. You are not isolating events. This is an ongoing criminal system, ceaseless operation of criminal group stalking and monitoring, and that is the significance of documenting it. That is how you are able to prove exactly what the state is engaged in, and you are not in any way slicing it down by minute to minute or venue by venue like the state is trying to do. I am showing at venue by venue how this is that which is not naturally occurring, and it is that which is not the actual sun, because the state is stalking with this light source, because it is monitoring via communication devices. And so I just wanted to bring that up. And the state engaging in that conduct of flying directly over as it's literally monitoring me and stalking via aircraft, literally sitting in the sky, parked above me in planes and helicopters, and sitting around in dark corners waiting to sound their sirens. Psychopaths, okay? Third parties engaging in literally like an army of minions around in their cars and on bikes and on foot, waiting to cross path, present, waiting to cross path at the drop. If I make any one suspect move, they are present. They're psychopaths. And this is federal group stalking and monitoring. And that's what I just wanted to point out. The state is engaged in an entirely futile effort. And this is a psychopath that is being documented, and it's fully aware, monitoring the documentation of its criminal activity, okay? That character is the conduct. That's all that does. It speaks to high malice. It speaks to deliberation. It speaks to intent. And understand that is equally shared by every third party, the people of the state of California that are entirely engaged in this criminal system with it. It's 8:06 p.m., and that's POC.